Hello, everyone. Merry Christmas and welcome to the Alien Spaceship Express. And tonight we'll talk about more Christmas themed topics like we did yesterday. And we'll talk about some of the different Christmas movies. And welcome to everybody. And I'll be switching over the screen so we can see me. Alright, hello. And now I will be switching over showing the chat. Okay. Alright. So, Merry Christmas, Anthony McQuaid. Shout out to you. Glad that you're here. And nice talking to you before we did the live stream. And also, we talking about the movies, we'll do the game, and hang out. And so I'll talk about A Christmas Carol. That's an interesting one. And there's, Ebenezer Scrooge and things like that. And we were talking about It's a Wonderful Life. That's another good movie. And I think that the one I saw today, The Polar Express, very classic, very excellent movie. And I like the dark stuff in it. I like the ghosts and the different things that they have. Very nice. And I hope all of you have a very Merry Christmas. And now we're about to get into the gaming part. So I'll play the game and talk for a little bit, and we'll go into some of the other things. So now I'm going to be launching the game. Alright. And it's Friday. The week is ending. I hope everybody had a nice week. And everybody's having a good holiday season. And now, there's some... The game is uploading, it's updating itself. I didn't know it had to update. I would have done that before I did the live. And if it needs to be... If I need to take it down, I will. Let's see. Alright. Okay, so something that I did wrong was I did not go and update the game needs to be updated, and if I do the update while the stream is on, the stream will not work. So this time we're not going to be able to do the game. We'll just talk and look at some pictures of things. And I didn't, because yesterday the game updated, and I didn't think that it would have to go and update again this time. So that's very disappointing, and that's something I should have done before. But next time I'll do it every single time before we do the live. Yeah, so we're not doing the game this time, because it has to be updated. Okay. So I'll just talk here. So basically, my day went well. We saw, as I said, the movie, and I liked it. I enjoyed it, The Polar Express, and I was talking to some of my friends in the other chat today, and that went very well. And basically, I think that Christmas is very important, around this time, and it's good for people to come together and do that. And a lot of people see their families and things like that. So that's really good. That's really good. Yeah, and Anthony's saying A Christmas Carol has a lot of Christian points in it. Yeah, that's true, Anthony. Absolutely. And basically, with the Christmas Carol, it teaches, good morals and things like that. And I'm glad that it makes a lot of good Christian points. Yes. Also, like, as we usually do the game and the stream, I might still try to do it, update the game, but it would definitely buffer the stream briefly, then it would come back on. So just that'd be a warning about that. If I do decide to have the game update while the stream is on, it would slightly buffer the signal. So I'm contemplating that. But so yeah, basically yesterday as a review, we talked about Saint Nicholas, and that went very well. I like that. And how he was in Turkey, and basically he was ministering to all those people throughout the different parts of the world, and that is why we we celebrate him and what he did. And I'm going to put a warning in the chat. I did decide to, let's see, all right. And also, basically, as we have this stream, we are going to brief, and yeah, so we're talking about him and what he was doing and how his body was been distributed to different parts of the world. Also, I'm trying to go and pin this. I don't really like this. Has to make 5. Yeah, so as I was saying, we were talking about Saint Nicholas, and he was very good, help people. That's very noble of him, and God bless him for doing that. And I think that I'm glad that we learned about it and researched it. And the game, it has a couple of more things to do before it launches. And as I said, I am very annoyed at myself that I didn't do this before I started the stream. I just didn't think it had to do it. Alright, it's going. Let's see, what is this thing doing? Yeah, I know. Now I'm just kind of stopping and seeing what this is going to do. Alright. It's going to have 2 more. Then the game should start. Alright. Okay, it's updating. It has just one more after this, and it'll be done. Alright, now it's going to be one more. Yes, so the game is updating. That's why it's buffering. It's going to stop in a moment. And here we go. It's almost done. One more. Okay. Okay, here we go. It's almost complete. Yeah, this will be the last part, and then it should be working again. Alright, so basically, I'm glad that, because I want to play the game while I do this in the beginning part, while we wait for the others to come. And also, we have, it's going, it's going, it's going. Alright, it's good. Alright. Yeah, because I like a lot of these things with the pirates, with the swords and the ship and stuff. It's really good. That. Alright, now it's almost done. It's and I'm glad that it's finally doing that, because this was a frustrating situation. And here we go. Here we go. It's almost there. Alright, good. Alright. Yeah, because I like doing because the gaming's really good, and it's nice for the stream and things like that. And let's see what that's doing. It's doing a little bit. Alright, here it goes. It's about to do it. Launching the game. Alright. Okay. It's going to start working. Again. So what happened was I had to update the game. And as I said, I should have done it before I did the stream. But I just didn't think it was necessary, like I said some moments ago. So that's why it buffered for a couple of minutes. And now it's back on. And so now I'm going to switch over to the game. Alright, here we go. So here we go inside the game now, walking around. This is Tortuga, the pirate port, and so I'm glad that I did that. Next time I'll do it before the stream. All right, so yeah, this is the swamp part. And also you have some of these little swamp creatures you could fight right here. Pretty cool. Yeah, so as I was saying, the Christmas Carol has a lot of good points in it, and it has a lot of Christian parables and values, and I think that's very important to have, and I'm glad that we have these Christian values in these older movies, because a lot of times in our modern age we don't have that anymore. And very good classics. Hello, Mary. I had to update the game, so that's why I kind of was gone for a little bit. Now I'm back. All right. All right, now I'm gonna do some repairing on the ship. Yeah, and recently, a moment ago, Anthony was mentioning "It's a Wonderful Life," and I yeah, so "It's a Wonderful Life." They talk about a lot of the things that we have, people have struggles with, and it shows God doing miracles. And back in that time, people were very different, and now people don't act like they did back in that time. So I think that it's a good through a cultural lens about how people had certain cultural values that they held up to that back then they didn't. I mean, back now we don't have values like that anymore. And he was a veteran. He was in World War II, so he saw those struggles and things in that war, and that was a gruesome war. He was in, so he was acting, but also it's stuff that he really went through. And Scrooge, he was very cheap, and he wasn't doing things correctly. And then the ghosts came and visited him, and they have a Disney version of it with the duck. So I think that is very cool how they had that. The duck. I like the Disney cartoons. They did very well depicting that. So, yeah, It's a Wonderful Life is one of my favorites. It's really kind of difficult for me to pinpoint a an exact favorite. Because, like, I know that. All right, we fixed the ship. There's so many good ones, but I will say certainly, absolutely, It's a Wonderful Life is has a very good message behind it about hope. Because a lot of people, like I was talking to like a day ago and stuff, they're sad about relatives they don't have in their life. And that was very good, and I'm thankful and glad that they made that, and it has good moral messages behind it about hope and trusting in family and friends and sticking together. I think those are good messages. I think unity is strength. All right, so we'll have this. Hitting some more ships in the Caribbean on the Spaceship Express. Yeah, exactly, Mary. I think in dark times, good things can come out of it. And like sometimes things, as I say, don't make sense looking forward, but it does looking back. Sunk that ship immediately. Yeah, so out here we have some of these. Oh yeah, all I'm saying is about Scrooge is that he was just a certain way, and it's good that he changed. That's another moral of the story, that people can be redeemed. Let's hit him with one thing. Oh, I just upgraded a level. I just went to level 31 in the game. A whole side of my ship got messed up, so we're gonna go and fix it. Yeah, the Spaceship Express. And I like the Christmas stories because it's like dark and have like some dark stuff in it, like some spooky gothic stuff in it. I like that, and also I like how in the Polar Express has a lot of ghosts and stuff, and I like the Christmas movies with the mysteriousness about it, the in the atmosphere. I like that too. Yeah, the Spaceship Express, the Alien Spaceship Express. Yes. All right, so my friend Sam's on. He's helping out with the ship. Yeah, so I like. Yeah, he's saying that Scrooge had a big heart. He just didn't know it. Yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, like I don't know why there wouldn't be a Kids of the Polar Express movie. All right. So chat saying it's dark times, but true triumph the story, and also Alien. Yes, the Polar Express, Alien spaceship, Alien. Yes, Spaceship Express. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Ironically, there is no Kids of the Polar Express movie. Ironically, and you would think there would be. And it looks like there's a lot of ships out here for us to sink. Exactly. It is an all ages movie. I agree. My friend said in the game, a hardworking man cherishes every coin he has. And that's exactly why I'm like cheap in the game in real life. Going this way. And he's asking about the gold. I'll tell him that in a moment. Let's see. Now we're gonna go here. Fire at this thing. Okay. All right. So as I was saying, yeah, she's saying Bubbles is right here, and look at watch it. You like it, Anthony? I don't see there are several versions. Yeah, and also, like I like how with Scrooge they made several versions of it, and also I think it's very important. People go and unite together. And also basically, let's see. Yeah, so as I was saying, I think it's very good and very important that they made different versions of the Scrooge thing in different movies and different TV shows. Now, SpongeBob had Christmas interpretations, and I thought their Christmas stories were pretty good. Yeah, yeah, Mary, yeah, exactly. Getting ready to celebrate the holidays, right? And yeah, so anyway, I think that like SpongeBob, they didn't do like a Scrooge thing, but Squidward's kind of like a Scrooge character in a way, and Mr. Krabs is too. That would be interesting to see a SpongeBob version of that because they made Disney versions. We're hitting the ship. Also, I think the Grinch is a good one as well. The not the Crinch, but like the Grinch. I think like the cartoon one was really good. I like that one. They have a lot of TV shows with the Grinch. They'll have like reruns of the TV show. Not the TV show, but on TV they'll show that movie. And also, I think the other one was really good too. Now, Mary's saying the Muppets had a version. Yeah, I wouldn't remember. I didn't remember that off the top of my head, but I do remember it now that you say it. Yeah, yeah, that would be great as Scrooge. Yeah, and we are talking about Saint Nicholas yesterday and his story and how he was in Turkey. That was nice, and he helped save children and women. Very noble saint. The Grinch is a favorite. Yeah, yeah, and I like Halloween too, also. But I really do appreciate the Christmas season as well. So I think that it's important for people to like Christmas and to know about it, and it's very good for children. And I like the Christmas jokes. Like I was saying yesterday, like you call a kid that doesn't believe in Santa a kid without a claws. So basically, yeah, a Christmas blanket and a Christmas cat. Yes. Getting more of these ships. This is fantastic. We're gonna do this 360 turn, and I'm gonna go and get this other ship. So yeah, so basically, I like the those life lessons in Christmas. It's very good. And like people feel kind of sad this time of year, and that's unfortunate. So prayers out to those people, and also like the Christmas music. Does any a chat could say if they have any favorite Christmas songs they like? I'll be interested to hear about it. So I think that a lot of these Christmas movies were very good, very well done. And it's important that people can like see that because I remember like Scrooge was seeing his old friend, and his old friend didn't go out too well because he was greedy like him, and he had an opportunity for a change to do the right thing. And I'm glad that the movie shows that he had like a change of heart. And you have the different ghosts from different themed things, and at first like he doesn't even like believe it's real. And I think as time goes on, he slowly realizes he did something wrong, and he reflected and he like repented and changed. And yes, as I said, very good Christian messages. All right, here we go. We're about to get the ship. My review, which I'll be talking, soon about my reviews about some of these movies, is that basically I think that they're just very, very well done. Absolutely. Yeah, Mary Meowmas. I like that. And I do like the. I saw there was one from the 70s. There is a Christmas Carol from the 70s that I thought was very good. Yeah, Jingle Bell Rock. Well, I'm going to lay down, but I'll have this in the background and hit the like button. Oh well. Okay, thank you, Anthony. Thank you for coming to the late night special. And I will be talking more about these things. I'm going to read through the stories and stuff about them as I do this game. Good night, Anthony. Thank you for hanging out with us. Yeah, so what's happening is the ships are hitting mine and they're hitting each other. It's kind of funny. So yeah, so basically I like that. And the Grinch, I'm not too sure what kind of creature that is. I know it's some thing that Dr. Seuss made up, but it's like a creature that doesn't really fit in with the other humans. It has problems and it's like jealous and it wants to do bad things. So basically the Grinch is like a troll. And the Navy closed down some ports, but now Raven's Cove is open. So, yeah. And then eventually the Grinch changes because, it's just a similar Christmas message. And I like how yesterday I was pointing out that the Magi, they couldn't, like, be there without, they weren't there when he was born, but they were there, like, later on when they're able to get to him. Oh. And Mary, do you have any Christmas things that you like? Any Christmas ones you like? I'd be interested to know. Man, we both sunk at the same time. My ship sunk. All right. They both sunk at the same time, and they sunk my ship, so I'm gonna do something else. For now, or I'll see how much it will cost to repair it, and that's unfortunate. I want to save up. A favorite Christmas song? That's a good question. That would be hard for me to choose. I think I do like Silent Night, but like I'd have to think about it. I like Silent Night for its like religious value. Let's see. Level reinforced. Let's see. Armor. All right. Yeah, and so that is the one I like, and like the rock versions. I had to go think about it, but probably Jingle Bell Rock. All right, let's see. No, I don't want to go there. I want to do some a little bit different thing. Let's go to another part. Let's go to this island and fight some things. That's pretty cool. might make some upgrades to this ship. All right, so let's go out and destroy some more ships, and hopefully, because what happened, the reason why my ship sunk was because it swiped up against that other one very closely, and they hit it with something heavy. And I think the Christmas music is really good, and I'm glad they have it. All right, going this way. And now we're going to go fire at it. And then we have that. Hola Latina. Glad to see you. We're talking about, Christmas music and movies and stuff, which I'm going to read later on. Sea Viper, go and sink that ship. Yeah, so as I was saying, so I think like the Polar Express, as I said, very good, and the other classics are very good as well. And there's a Christmas movie I didn't mention. I'd like to know about it, and I will read more about them after I do this part. And usually in the game, I keep a distance from some of those ships, but I went right up next to it. We have Driftwood Island. That's nice. And now finally, I'm about to go and get this one. So, I think I do something about Christmas I see a lot in old imagery is the grandfather clock. That clock's very interesting. Very cool. And I'm glad that all of you are here. And I am going to read about the Christmas stories I'm talking about in a moment. Not in a moment, but like in a little bit. Yeah. So it's a season to be jolly. It's good. People are getting together and having good times. And I like the decorations. And I think the elves are very interesting. And hello, Jacob. So basically, what I was doing was we are talking about the Christmas Carol and Scrooge. I like that. Those were very good. And I like the one, like the kind of lighthearted ghost from that movie. That was pretty good. And I gotta remember to keep my distance from these things so they don't swipe up against me. Because what happened was I sunk the other ship, and I sunk. We sunk each other. We had mutual destruction. And also another thing was that, hey Jacob, good to see you. Glad to have you in chat. And yes, Christmas Carol has a lot of Christian values in it and messages. And it's important to have that. And I like the whole point of Christmas. It's very good. Take cover, everybody. They're about to go and sneak this thing. Let's turn this thing around a little bit. All right. And today, for those of you that weren't here in the beginning, I saw the Polar Express, the rerun of it. It was very good. I've been having good times with the Christmas. I hope all of you are having good times as well with the Christmas season. And I sunk recently a moment ago by mistake because I was trying to do something. And yeah, so those that are listening, I appreciate you very much. And I will play the game for a little bit longer, and then I will go and read some of these stories I'm talking about. And we're talking about how Saint Nicholas yesterday, and I like how it was interesting. His body's been moved around all over Europe, And that's what Santa Claus is based off of, Saint Nicholas, and he was from Turkey. Yeah, very, very cool. Not gonna get too close to him because he could try to cause a problem. All right, take cover. You're gonna go out a little bit farther, and yeah. So, and I think like those of you that saw Polar Express, I think it's very interesting and mysterious, and like some of the things, like you just have like the area where they had the hot chocolate is the same area where they have all those abandoned toys and stuff, and I think that was really interesting, and like how some things like didn't like I like it like how they're on the top on like the outside by the rails, and it didn't do what it was supposed to do because that they had a problem with that. So I do think that it's very fascinating how they're outside on the rails. Yeah, Cuba's open. And we have this, so let's go and face it again. Hey, Essie, good to see you. Everybody. Yeah, they're trying to come after me now. Alright, and then we'll go and do the stream, alright. The tally ho, this big thing. See the mistake I made last time about it, and yeah, these ships are moving pretty fast, and yeah, I want to go and mess it up. So we're gonna go this way, and want to tell all of you Merry Christmas. Go out of range. Trying to get out of the way so I don't have an intrusion with that again. Level 59 ship. Nice. I like that. I like what we're doing here. And I do believe that Christmas, it's important to be jolly and to come together, and I like the as I said, the different philosophies and things about that, and the origins of Santa was interesting, and we were talking about It's a Wonderful Life and how that was really good. See if I could do this right this time. You see, it's having that smaller ship protect itself. Because it knows I want revenge on the Tally-Ho ship. Alright. And we're doing good with that, and we're just kind of keeping a distance from the ship while we wait and go. Yeah, so I think the most, and also from Christmas Carol about how they want to help one another, that's very good. And I could just, go all day about I like how, like, in the Polar Express, there's like just the ship, and there's like this hobo, he's just chilling. And it's very cool, very cool, very cool. And like, where is he from? He kind of looks like he's from the Titanic era, the hobo from that movie. And that instrument he's playing was very interesting. I looked it up and I forgot the name of it, but we're gonna learn that again. And you see that big one, the warship that sunk me. I've not sunk in a long time, so because I didn't keep my distance, but I took the risk because I had a swipe right next to the ship, and I got to sink it. I did sink it, the ship, but it also sunk me too. It was mutual destruction, but now it's just going to be its destruction. It's a win-win for me this time. Yeah, it's using these tiny ships as like a buffer. Okay, that's good. Yeah, we're about to sink this thing, and then I'll go and dock. It's gonna be interesting to see how this goes. All right, I won. I won. Now I'm gonna go and dock really quickly because they're about to sink. Okay, here we go. Okay, I got my revenge. All right. So I made up for that loss. Now I'm gonna go and like repair. I'm gonna tell him. And I'm gonna tell him I'm going to repair the ship. All right, these people jamming out and dancing. Well, it's for Christmas. Yeah, I'm gonna tell him that I have it on mute. He's my friend's saying that he can't stand what's going on right now in Cuba because they're all like making a lot of noise, and I'm telling him, good night. We're telling each other good night. I'm gonna tell him good night. So what I did was I'm going back on my ship to repair it. Like we're gonna look at the damages because it's like although I sunk them and they sunk me, it was mutual destruction like nuclear war. And you can see like my ship, it has a lot of damage on it. Okay, Mary, thank you. And all right, so you look at this ship probably through the side. It's all like burnt up. I think I could show you all this way. You see these parts of it, and I'm about to go out here, and then I'll go and read some Christmas stuff for y'all. I need to stop controlling it like that because, all right. So, like you can see, we actually have no visible damage, but there's a lot of damage. You can see it's barely there. Yeah, we were like neck and neck with them. All right. Here we go. Patching up the holes. All right. And another thing is that I liked how they're going down the ramp like a roller coaster. That was really cool. And I like that climate and the weather, like the snowy weather. That's very cool. Right, so this is completely green. It's going to work. No. And this is going to be whatever. There we go. I'm going to brace it. Okay, now we're going here. Okay, now we're going to go and we're cutting the wood. That's great. We have some wood. Okay, good. Now I am preparing it again. Yeah, so, and snow, always, very cool. And I'm glad that, like, the movie theaters are open. I like seeing the movies. And I like seeing reruns of the old movies because it's like some movies these days are just not right, in my opinion. They're just not like how they used to be. Alright. Alright, it's fixed. How am I going to go to another island somewhere? Now let's see. Are they fighting out there? There's just a clutter of ships. I was going to go to this weird island over here. Yeah, because in Cuba they're being kind of annoying, so that's why people didn't really like being there. Yeah, SE says the Merry Toodles, Merry Christmas. That's good. That's good. I'll get this one ship before I go to this weird island. Yeah, take cover. Okay, now we're going. Yeah, we have some silver bars and gold bars. Nice. Okay, here we are. And these are the undead things like from Davy Jones. Alright. Let's go over here. And I'm going to go and get the Christmas stuff up. I'll talk about. Okay. So the pirate game's about to go down. We're about to read the other thing. Okay, now what I'm about to do on the Spaceship Express is I'm about to talk about the the fandom movies. What I've read articles about the Halloween stuff. Now I'm going to read about the Christmas movies, of Christmas stories. All right, so we're going to go over here, and we're going to capture a safari. We're going to, of course, and we're going to move it over. And I'll put myself over here, way up here. It just kind of moves around. Let's go. Okay. Let's see. I think I could do this through the other thing. Let's see. Works better. Okay, I'm gonna read it from here because, like the other thing, it seems like it was kind of hurting the signal. Latina says, "I'm back. I like Gremlins. That's a good movie. Garfield, Christmas Story, the claymation, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Oh, I forgot to mention that one. The Little Drummer Boy type movies and many more. It's a Wonderful Life is great. All right, so we'll read it from here. We're gonna have a good signal here. All right, A Christmas Carol in prose, being a ghost story of Christmas, commonly known as A Christmas Carol, is a novelia by Charles Dickens, first published in London by had on the wrong ear. Commonly known as Christmas Carol is a novel by yeah, Charles Dickens, the first published in London by Chapin and Hull in 1843, illustrated by John Leech. A Christmas Carol recounts the story of Ebenezer Scrooge, an elderly miser who is visited an elderly miser who is visited by a ghost of his former business partner, Jacob Marley, and the spirits of Christmas past, present, and yet to come. After their visit, Scrooge is transformed into a kinder, gentler man. Miser is a person who is reluctant to spend money. Me. Sometimes to the point of foregoing even basic comforts and some necessities in order to hoard money or other possessions. Although the word is sometimes used loosely to characterize anyone who is like that, who is visited by that to the ghosts, Christmas past and yet to come. Right. Dickens Christmas Carol wrote A Christmas Carol during a period when the British were exploring a evaluating past Christmas traditions, including carols and newer customs. Lost my spot. Okay, Christmas traditions, including carols and newer customs, such as cards, Christmas trees. He was influenced by the experience of his own youth and by Christmas stories of their authors, including Washington Irving, Douglas Gerald Dickens had written three Christmas stories prior to Novelia and was inspired following visit to the Field Lane Range School, one of several establishments for London Street children, the treatment of poor and ability of a selfish man to redeem himself by transforming into a more sympathetic character are the key themes of the story. There is discussion among academics as whether this is a fully secular story or if it is a Christian allegory. Latina says that they're taking Christmas stories out of cable. Well, yeah, that is wrong. They should not do that. Yes, Latina, I personally think they're both, in my opinion. Headphones are having some problems, but I don't need them right now. Oh, let's go and put this back in. All right. Published on 19 December, the first edition sold out by Christmas Eve. By the end of 1844, 13 editions had been released. Most critics reviewed the novel favorably. The story was illicitly copied. In 1844, Dickens took legal action against the publishers who went bankrupt, further reducing Dickens' small profit from the publications. He went to write four Christmas stories. Subsequent year, in 1849, he began the public readings of the story, which proved so successful he undertook 127 further performances. Until 1870, the year after his death. A Christmas Carol has never been out of print and been translated into several languages. The story has been adapted many times for film, stage, and opera, and other media. I'm still here. I might. There's something I have to do something for one moment. I'll be right back. Let's see. I'm back. All right. All right. So they had this, and then it was copied, and then they didn't want him to. So they copied him, and then he took the rights back. So that's very interesting. A Christmas Carol captured the Zeitgeist of the early Victorian revival of the Christmas holiday. Dickens acknowledged the influence of modern Western observance of Christmas and later inspired several aspects of Christmas, including family gatherings, seasonal food and drink, dancing, games, and festival generosity of spirit. Exactly. SC saying, I think it's them trying to take America things like family and our traditions. Yes, I think the same, he says to Latina. Grew up on that stuff, Frosty the Snowman and Rudolph, and now it's Rue Paul instead of Rudolph, yeah? Yeah, because I think that we have to have a lot of good Christian Christmas and Christian values. And in my opinion, it seems like some of this stuff is being under attack. See what that word is. Christmas later inspired several aspects of Christmas, including family gatherings, seasonal food and drink, dancing, games, and festive generosity of spirit. The plot. The book is divided into 5 chapters, which Dickens titled Staves. A staff. And this is occasionally referred to as a pentagram. Is a set of horizontal lines, 4 spaces, each represent a different musical pitch. Oh. Staff 1. A Christmas Carol opens on a bleak, cold Christmas Eve in London, 7 years after the death of Ebenezer Scrooge's business partner, Jacob Marley. Scrooge, an aging miser, dislikes Christmas and refuses a dinner invitation from his nephew, Fred. He turns away 2 men seeking a donation to provide food and heating for the poor, only grudgingly allows his overworked, underpaid clerk Bob Cartwright Christmas Day, of which pay to conform of the social custom. The night Scrooge is visited at home by Marley's ghost, who wanders the earth, entwined by heavy chains and money boxes, forged during a lifetime of greed and selfishness. Marley tells Scrooge that he has a single chance to avoid the same fate. He will be visited by 3 spirits and must listen or be cursed to carry much heavier chains of his own. So that's like the first part. And I like Frosty too, Jacob. I agree. See, that's Scrooge and his friend. Scared. Alright. Okay, so Staff 2. The first spirit, the ghost of Christmas past, takes Scrooge to Christmas scenes of Scrooge's boyhood, reminding him of a time when he was more innocent. The scenes reveal Scrooge's lonely childhood at boarding school, his relationship with his beloved sister Fawn, the long-dead mother of Fred, and a Christmas party hosted by his first employer, Mr. Fizwidge, who treated him like a son. Scrooge's neglected fiancée, Belle, is shown ending their relationship as she realizes that he will never love her as much as he loves money. Finally, they visit a now married Belle with her large happy family. On the Christmas Eve, and Marley died. Scrooge, upset by hearing Belle's description of the man that he has become, demands that the ghost remove him from the house. I remember that part. No, SC, I have not seen that. Merry Christmas to everybody watching. Everybody in chat. Alright. Staff 3. The second spirit of Ghost of Christmas Present takes Scrooge to a joyous market with people buying makings of Christmas dinner and celebrations of Christmas in the miner's cottage in a lighthouse, Scrooge and the ghost also visit Fred's Christmas party. A major part of his staff is taken up with Bob Cartwright's family feast and introduces his youngest son, Tiny Tim, a happy boy who is seriously ill. The spirit informs Scrooge that Tiny Tim will die unless the course of events change before disappearing. The spirit shows Scrooge two hideous and emaciated children named Ignorance and Want. He tells Scrooge to beware. The former above all mocks Scrooge's concern for their welfare. Okay, SC, I'll look at it, thanks. So that's Christmas Present. So that's like the jolly looking dude. And that's Christmas. That's Christmas Past. That's Christmas Past. And this is Christmas Present. Staff for the third spirit of the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Shows Scrooge. A Christmas day in the future, the silent ghost reveals scenes involving the death of a disliked man whose funeral is attended by a local businessman only on conditions that lunch is provided. His chairwoman, laundress, and local undertaker steal his possessions to sell to a fence. A fence is also known as a receiver, mower, or moving man, is an individual who knowingly buys stolen goods in order to later resell them for a profit. I didn't know that. Chairwoman, occupational term referring to a paid part-time worker who comes into a house or other buildings to clean it for a few hours a day or week as opposed to a maid, who usually lives as part of the household. Laundress. A washerwoman. A laundress is a woman who takes in laundry. Both terms are now old-fashioned. Equivalent of worker nowadays done in laundry worker and large commercial premise. Undertaker. A funeral director, also known as an undertaker, a mortician, is a professional involved in the business of funeral rites. Interesting. These tasks entail embalming and burial or cremation of the dead, as well as arrangements to a funeral ceremony. When he asks the spirit to show a single person who feels emotional over his death, he is only given the pleasure of a poor couple who rejoice his death, gives them more time to put their finances in order. When Scrooge asks to see the tenderness connected with any death, the ghost shows him Bob Cartwright and his family mourning the death of Tiny Tim. The ghost then allows Scrooge to see a neglected grave with a tombstone bearing Scrooge's name. Sobbing Scrooge pleads to change his ways. Alright, and here you can see on the side. So that's the depiction here. There you go. That's one of the depictions. Scrooge and Bob Chartred celebrate Christmas in an illustration. So that's them like getting along. So the ghost of Christmas yet to come is like the Reaper. Scrooge awakens on Christmas morning. A changed man, he makes a large donation to the charity he rejected the previous day, anonymously a large turkey, sends a large turkey to Charrette home of Christmas dinner, and spends the afternoon at Fred's Christmas party. The following day, he gives Chartred an increase in pay and begins to become a father figure to Tiny Tim. From then, Scrooge treats everyone with kindness, generosity, compassion, embodying the spirit of Christmas. Dickens at the Blacking Warehouse as envisioned by Fred Barnard. The writer Charles Dickens was born to a middle-class family which got into financial difficulties as a result of the spendthrift nature of his father John. In 1824, John was committed to a Marshalla, a neighbor's prison in Southwark, London. Dickens, aged 12, was forced to pawn his collection of books, leave school, and work at a dirty and rat-infested shoe-blacking factory. Shoe blacking. I don't know what that is. That's like a shoe polish. Oh. Right. The change in circumstances gave him what his biographer Michael Slater describes as deep personal and social outrage, which heavily influenced his writing and the outlook. By the end of 1842, Dickens was a well-established author, having written 6 major works, as well as several short stories, novellas, and other pieces. On 31st December that year, he began publishing a novel, Martin Chuzzlewit, as a monthly serial. The novel then was his favorite work, but sales were disappearing and he faced temporary financial difficulties. Novel by Charles Dickens, considered the last perspicacious novels, was originally serialized between January 1843 and 1844. Celebrating the Christmas season had been growing in popularity throughout the Victorian era. The Christmas tree had been introduced to Britain during the 18th century, and its use was popularized by Queen Victoria and Prince Albert. And, that's him. When he was younger, he had more, obviously he had more hair than that. And also, that's Queen Victoria. She was very, very, very crusty because he died because their son Edward, was like this very, he had the women everywhere, and then Prince Albert went over there to Ireland to try to straighten him out, and they're walking in the rain. He died from sickness in the rain, and Queen Victoria blamed her son for that. So she wore black all the time, and she was just really kind of like a bitter person to her kids and all. I could see no hate on her or anything, but you see how she has a stern look to her. Yeah. So the Victorian era, and also the royal family opens the gifts. They kind of do that over there in Germany and Europe in general on the 24th rather than 25th. It's a fact. Over here, it's the 25th. Santa Claus it comes a little earlier for them. And yeah, Prince Albert had like kind of like this when he was younger, and their practice was copied in many homes across the country. So they started, and then other people in England adapted it. In the early 19th century, there had been a revival of interest in Christmas carols following a decline in popularity over the previous 100 years. The publication of Davis Giblert's 1823 work, Some Ancient Christmas Carols, was with the tunes of which they were formerly sung in west of England. William Sandys William Sandys was an English solicitor, member of the Percy Society, fellow of the Society of Antiquaries of London, and remembered the publication of Christmas carols. Ancient, modern, and collection of the seasonal carols that Sundays had gathered, also apparently impoverished. 1833 collection, Christmas carols, ancient and modern, led a growth of the former form's popularity in Britain. Interesting information. Dickens had interest in Christmas, and his first story on the subject was Christmas Festivities, published in Bell's Weekly Messenger. In 1835, the story was then published as a Christmas dinner in Sketches by Boz. Sketches by Boz. In 1836, the story of the goblins who stole Sexton, another Christmas story, appeared in 1836 novel The Pickwick Papers, and the episode of Mr. Wardley describes misanthropic sexton Gabriel Grubb, who undergoes a Christmas conversation after being visited by the goblins who show him the past and the future. Slatter considers the main elements of Carol are present in the story, but not yet in the firm form. The story is followed by a passage about Christmas, and Dickens' editorial master, the Humphreys Clock, the professor of English literature, Paul Davis, writes that although the goblin still appears to be a prototype of a Christmas carol, all Dickens' earlier writings about Christmas influenced the story. That's very interesting. Dickens was not the first author to celebrate Christmas season in literature. Among earlier authors who influenced Dickens was Washington Irving, whose 1819-20 work of the sketchbook of Geoffrey Crayon Gent. We were talking about that stuff like with before or on Halloween, including the 4 essays of Old English Christmas traditions that he had experienced while staying in Aston Hall near Birmingham. The tales and the essays attracted Dickens, and the two authors shared the belief that returning to Christmas traditions might promote a type of social connection that they felt had been lost in the modern world. Several works may have had an influence on writings of Christmas Carol, including the Douglas Jerrold essays, one of 1841 issue of Punch, How Mr. Showkeeper Keeps a Merry Christmas, and one from 1843, The Beauties of the Police. More broadly, Dickens was influenced by fairy tales and nursery stories. which he closely associated with Christmas because he saw them as stories of conversation and transformation. You see, like, this is like what inspired the Christmas Carol story. You know, different things that he saw and stuff in his life at that time. Social influences. Dickens was touched by a lot of poor children in the middle decades of the 19th century. Early 1843, he toured the Cornish tin mines. So, like, they mined for tin. Where he was angered by seeing children working in appalling conditions. Yeah. The suffering he witnessed there was reinforced by a visit to Field Lane Rag School, one of several London schools set up for the education of the capital's half-starved, illiterate street children. In February 1843, the second report of the Children's Employment Commission was published. It was a parliamentary report exposing the effects of the Industrial Revolution upon the working class children. Horrified by what he read, Dickens planned to publish an inexpensive political pamphlet tentatively titled An Appeal to the People of England on behalf of the poor man's child, but changed his mind, deferring pamphlets production until the end of the year. In March, he wrote, Dr. Southwood Smith, one of the four commissioners responsible for the second report about his change in the plans, you will certainly feel that a sledgehammer has come down with 20 times the force, 20,000 times the force I could exert by the following out of my first idea. In a fundraising speech on the 5th of October 1843 at the Manchester Athenaeum, Dickens urged workers and employers to join together to combat ignorance with educational reform, and released in the days following to the most effective way to reach the broadest segment of the population with his social concerns about poverty and injustice was to write deeply felt Christmas narrative rather than a polemical pamphlets and essays. So this was his activism about the situation with children. I could tell that this was one of the motivators for A Christmas Carol, because he was depicting the Victorian England and some of some of the poverty stuff that was going on, and some like the working conditions they didn't like and stuff. Like also something that's kind of like off the topic is that Karl Marx, actually the communist founders, they were in London around, I think, this time period, and so a lot of when they kind of twisted and like warped things, that's what they do. So I'm not saying this guy, I'm not saying he's one, but I'm saying also Karl Marx was in London because he was kicked out of a couple different countries. So continuing with this history about this story, by mid-1843, Dickens began to suffer from financial problems. Sales of Martin Chuzzlewit were falling off, and his wife Catherine was pregnant with their fifth child. Matters worsened when Chapman and Hull, his publishers, threatened to reduce his monthly income by £50 if sales dropped further. He began A Christmas Carol in October 1843. Michael Slater, Dickens' biographer, describes the book as being written at white heat. It was completed in 6 weeks, the final pages being written in early December. He built much of the work in his head while taking nighttime walks of 15 to 20 miles around London. Dickens' sister in law wrote how he wept and laughed and wept again, excited himself in the most extraordinary manner and composition. Slater says that A Christmas Carol was intended to open its readers' hearts towards those struggling to survive on the lower rungs of the economic ladder, and to encourage patriarchal, I think, benevolence, but also to warn the terrible danger of society created by a toleration of widespread ignorance and actual want among the poor. George Cruikshank, the illustrator who had earlier worked with Dickens on the sketches by Boo's 1863, 1836, and Oliver Twist 1838, introduced him to caricaturist John Leech. By the 24th October, Dickens invited Leech to work on A Christmas Carol and four hand-colored etchings and four black and white wood engravings by the artist accompanied text. Dickens had written manuscript of the story and does not include the sentence and penultimate paragraph. In Tiny Tim, Who Did Not Die, this was added later during the printing process. Characters. The central character of Christmas Carol is Ebenezer Scrooge, a miserly London-based businessman, described in the story a squeezing, retching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner. Kelly writes that Scrooge may have been influenced by Dickens' conflicting feelings for his father, whom he both loved and demonized. This psychological conflict may be responsible for the radically different Scrooges in the tale. I didn't know that. One, a cold, stingy, and greedy, semi-reclusive, and other, a benevolent, sociable man. The professor of English literature, Robert Douglas Fairhurst, considers that in the opening part of the book, covering a young Scrooge's lonely, unhappy childhood and his aspiration for money to avoid poverty, is something of a self-parody of Dickens' fear about himself, and post-transformation parts of the book are how Dickens optimistically sees himself. Scrooge could also be based on two misers, the eccentric John Elwes MP, he's a member of Parliament in Britain, 1772 to 1784, and he was the MP, yeah, or Jeremy Wood. Was the owner of Gloucester Old Bank, became nationally known as the Gloucester Miser. His wealth, around £900,000, was stated at the time to have made the richest commoner in His Majesty's dominions. Owner of Gloucester Bank, of Old Gloucester Bank. was a was a British bank that operated between 1716 and 1838. It was founded in 1716 by James Wood. The bank was said to have been the oldest private bank in Britain, having survived the financial consequences of the Napoleonic Wars when other banks went out. So, the banks. So, there is a Napoleonic War, and there's things about the banks and stuff. And this guy was able to survive when other banks went down because there's, I guess, in a way, that was like their inflation during the Napoleonic Wars. There's also a Napoleon movie out now, actually, and also known as the Gloucester miser, according to the sociologist Frank D. Elwell. Scrooge's views on the poor are a reflection of those of the demographer and political economist Thomas Malthus. While the miser's questions are no prisoners. In the Union workhouses, the treadmill and the poor law are in full vulgar then. A reflection of a sarcastic question raised by philosopher Thomas Carlyle. Are there not treadmills, gilbets, even hospitals, poor rates, new poor law? There are literally predecessors for Scrooge in Dickens' own works. Peter Ackroyd, Dickens' biographer, sees similarities between character and the elder Martin Chuzzlewit's character, although the miser is more of a fantastic image than the Chuzzlewit patriarch. Ackroyd observes that Chuzzlewit's transformation to the charitable figure is a parallel to that of the miser. Douglas Fairhurst sees that the minor character Gabriel Grubb from the Pickwick Papers was also influenced when creating Scrooge. It is possible that Scrooge's name came from a tombstone Dickens had seen on a visit Edinburgh. The grave was for Ebenezer's Linux Scroogey, whose job was given as a mealman. A corn merchant, Dickens misread the inscription as a mean man. In theory, has been described as a probable Dickens hoax, of which no one could finally corroborating evidence. When Dickens was young, he lived near a tradesman's premise with the sign Goge and Mammy, which may have provided name for Scrooge's former business partner. From the chained Marley, Dickens drew on his memory of a visit to the Western Penitentiary in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in March 1842, where he saw and was affected by seeing fettered prisoners. For the character Tiny Tim, Dickens used his nephew Henry, a disabled boy who was 5 at the time Christmas Carol was written. The two figures are want and ignorance, sheltering and robes of the ghost of Christmas present, were inspired by the children Dickens had seen on his visit to Rag School in East End of London. Wow. Rag School. What in the world is that? Rag schools were charitable organizations dedicated to the free education destitute of children in the 19th century. They always, it's like I like how they had these names of ragged. Like that sounds like it would be has to do with poverty or something. Like they're wearing rags or rags to riches. They couldn't call it like a flower school or something. They like made memes of things back then, like we do now. East End London, which was like this pitiful, like there's a lot of, like, poverty and stuff. The East End of London, often referred to within the London area simply as East End, is the historic core of wider East London, east of the Roman and medieval walls of the city. London, north of the River Thames, it does not have universally accepted boundaries. The transformation of Scrooge is central to the story. Davis considers Scrooge to be a pro-teen figure, always in process of reformation. Kelly writes that the transformation is reflected in the description of Scrooge, who begins as a two-dimensional character, but who then grows into one of the possesses an emotional depth, a regret for the lost opportunities. Some writers include Grace Moore. The Dickens scholar considers that there is a Christian theme running through A Christmas Carol, and the novella should be seen as an allegory of the Christian conception of redemption. Dickens' biographer Claire Tomlin sees the conversation of Scrooge as carrying the Christian message that even the worst of sinners may repent and become good men. Dickens' attitudes towards organized religion were complex. He based his beliefs on the principle of the New Testament. Dickens' statement that Marley had no bowels is reference to the bowels of compassion mentioned of the first epistle of John, the reason for his eternal damnation. Jacob says I should order some of these fancy design mags like these big YouTubers have, but get a Christmas theme one. I'm not. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but that sounds interesting, Jacob. That's a good idea. And maybe I do know what you're talking about, and I just don't realize it. Jacob, I'm not familiar with the Pet Shop Boys song, but it probably is. It sounds like it would be, but I'm not 100. I wouldn't know for sure, so I'm not familiar with it. Other writers include Kelly consider that Dickens put forward secular vision of this sacred holiday. The Dickens scholar John O. Jordan argues that A Christmas Carol shows what Dickens referred to in a letter to his friend John Foster as his Carol philosophy: cheerful views, sharp anatomization of humbug, a jolly good temper, and a vein of glowing hearty, generous, mirthful, beaming reference in everything to home and fireside. From a secular viewpoint, the cultural historian Panay Rested suggests that Scrooge's redemption underscores the conservative, individualistic, and part patriarchal aspects. Patriarchal aspects of Dickens' Carol philosophy of charity and altruism. Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol in response to British social attitudes towards poverty, particularly child poverty, and wished to use the novella as means to put forward his arguments against it. The story shows Scrooge as a paradigm for self interest and possible repercussions of ignoring the poor, especially children in poverty, personified by the allegorical figures of want and ignorance. 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 The two figures were created to arouse sympathy with readers, as was Tiny, Tiny, Tiny Tim. Douglas Fairhurst observes that the use of such figures allowed Dickens to present his message of the need for charity without alienating his largely middle class readership. Oh, yes. Okay, Jacob, I understand what you mean now. Okay, thank you. I could go look that up after this. I'll look it up, alright? So you can find anything about that. As the result of disagreements with the Chapman and Hull over the commercial failures of Martin Chilwitz, Dickens arranged to pay for the publishing himself in exchange for the percentage of the profits. Production to have festive green end papers, but then came out a dull olive color. Dickens publisher Chapman and Hull replaced these with yellow end papers and reworked the title page in harmonizing red and blue shades. The final product was bound in red cloth with gilt-edged pages, completed on 2 days before the publication date of 19 December. Hello, Casimirio. Good to see you. And thanks for telling us hello. Glittered edge pages. Completed only days before the publication date of the 19 December 1843. Following the publication, Dickens arranged for the manuscript to be bound in red Morocco leather and presented as a gift to his solicitor, Thomas Milton. Priced at 5 shillings, equal to £26 in 2023. The first run of 6,000 copies sold out by Christmas Eve. Chapman and Hull issued second and third editions before the new year, and book continued to sell well into 1844. By the end of 1844, 11 more editions had been released. Since its initial publication, the book has been issued into numerous hardback and paperback editions, translated into several languages, and has never been out of print. It was Dickens' most popular book in the United States and sold over 2 million copies in 100 years following the first publication there. I didn't know that. The high production costs about Dickens insisted to be reduced profits, and the first edition brought him only £230, equal to £24,000 in 2023 pounds. Wow. So £230 equal to £24,000 in our modern way of measuring things. And rather than £1,000 equal to £104,000 £1,000 in 2023. He expected a year later the profits were only £744, and Dickens was deeply disappointed. Reception. According to Douglas Fairhurst, contemporary reviews of A Christmas Carol were almost uniformly kind. The Illustrated London News. According to the Douglas Fairhouse contemporary reviews of A Christmas Carol were almost informally kind. It's an excellent story, I think, in my opinion. That was a great story and a good message to help others. The Illustrated London News described how the story's impressive eloquence, its unfringed and lightness of the heart, its playful and sparkling humor, its gentle spirit of humanity, all put the render in good humor with ourselves, with each other, with the season, with the author. The critic from the Athenaeum, the literary magazine, considered it a tale to make the reader laugh and cry. To open his hands and open his heart to charity, even toward the uncharitable. A dainty dish to set before a king. William Makepeace, Thackeray, writing in Fraser's magazine, described the book as a national benefit, and to every man or woman who reads it, a personal kindness. The last two people I heard speak of it were women. Neither knew the other or author, and both said by the way of criticism rather. God bless him. They said. The poet Thomas Hood in a journal wrote that if Christmas, with its ancient and hospitable customs, its social and charitable observances were ever in danger of decay, this is the book that would give them a new lease. The reviewer for Tait's Edinburgh magazine, Theodore Martin, who is usually critical of Dickens' work, spoke well of A Christmas Carol. Nothing it was a notable book, finally felt and calculated to work much social good. After Dickens' death, Margaret Oliphant deplored the turkey and plum pudding aspects of the book, admitted that the days of the first publication it was regarded as a new gospel, and noted that the book was unique in that it made people behave better. The religious press generally ignored the table, but in January 1884, Christian remembrancers thought the tale's old and hackneyed subject was treated in the original way, and was praised the author's sense of humor and pathos. The writer and social thinker John Ruskin told a friend that he thought that Dickens had taken the religion from Christmas and had imagined the mistletoe and pudding, neither restruction from the dead, nor rising of the new stairs, nor teaching of wise men, nor shepherds. There were critics of the book. The New Monthly Magazine praised the story but thought the book's physical excess, the gilt edges, and expensive binding kept the price high, making it unavailable to the poor. The review recommended that the tale should be printed on cheap paper and priced accordingly. An unnamed writer for the Westminster Review mocked Dickens' grasp of economics, asking who went without turkey and punch in order that Bob Cratchit might get them, for unless there were turkeys and punch and surplus, someone must go without. Dickens had criticized the U.S. in American Notes and Martin Chuzzlewit, making American readers reluctant to embrace his work, but by the end of the American Civil War, the book had gained a wide recognition in American households. In 1863, the New York Times published an enthusiastic review noting that author brought that the old Christmas of Bingon, centuries a remote manor house, unto the living rooms of the poor of today. Aftermath. In January 1844, Parley's Ultimate Library published an unauthorized version of the story condensed from which sold for 2 pence. What's that? A coin with a British 2 pence. A coin was denomination of sterling coinage worth 2 pennies. Dickens wrote to his solicitor, this is what he said, I have not least doubt that these vagabonds can be stopped. They must let us be the sledgehammer in this, or I shall be beset by hundreds of the same crew when I come out with a long story. You see on the right it says, The Ghost of Christmas Present from the original edition. 2 days after the release of the Parley version, Dickens sued on the bias of copyright infringement and won. The publisher declared that themselves bankrupt, and Dickens was left to pay £700 in cost. The small profits Dickens earned from A Christmas Carol further strained his relationship with his publishers. And he broke with them in favor. Branbury and Evans, who had been printing his works to the point. Dickens returned to the tale several times during his life to amend phrasing and punctuation. He capitalized on the success of the book, publishing other Christmas stories, The Chimes, The Cricket on the Hearth, Battle of Life, The Haunted Man and the Ghost Bargain. These were secular conversion tales, which acknowledge the progressive societal changes of the previous year and highlighted those social problems still need to be addressed, while the public eagerly brought the latter books. Reviewers were highly critical of the stories. So we see the history of it and like what this person went through and the battles he went to keep his content and to have his book out there. I think that is very, very fascinating. So, performance and adaptations, and we have the first Scrooge. The first film was Scrooge or Marley's Ghost in 1901. So that's the first movie about Scrooge. Look at that. We're talking about movies here too. So Scrooge or Marley's Ghost is a 1901 British short silent drama film. I love short silent films. The silent films are really, really cool. British short silent drama films. You see, like I think that the story makes very good points, and I like that in reading like the history about what the how the story came about and how it got famous in different parts of the world and stuff is really cool. So, short silent drama film directed by Walter R. Booth, featuring the miserly Ebenezer Scrooge, played by Daniel Smith, confronted by Jacob Marley's ghost, given visions of the Christmas past, present, and future. It is the earliest film adaptation of Charles Dickens' 1843 novel Iliad, A Christmas Carol. The film, although somewhat flat and stage-bound to modernize, according to Edward Davidson of British Film Institute, Screen Online was an ambitious undertaking of the film at the time, as not only did they attempt to tell an 80-page story in 5 minutes, but it featured impressive trick effects, superimposing Marley's face over the door knocker in the scene from his youth over the black curtain in Scrooge's bedroom. And it's the film is 6 minutes long. A short, silent drama film. Gone with the Wind was that's a very good movie. Filmed in 35 mm and in black and white, this short silent film was produced by the English film pioneer R. W. Paul and directed by Walter R. Booth, and was filmed at Paul's and Cinematograph Works. It was released in November 1901 and was common in cinema in early days. The filmmakers chose to adapt an already well-known story, in this case The Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, in the belief that the audience familiarity with the story would result in the need for intertitles. It was presented in the 12 tableau or scenes. The film contains the first use of intertitles in film. Evidence suggests that Paul's version of the Christmas Carol was based much on C.J. Buckstone's popular stage adaptation Scrooge on Dickens' original story. Like the play, that's what these silent films were, they're like plays. The film dispenses with different ghosts that visit Scrooge, instead relying on the figure of Jacob Marley draped in what in a white sheet to point out the error of Scrooge's ways. The first feature impressive trick effects by 1901 starts superimposing Marley's face over a door knocker and displaying the scenes from his youth on the black curtain. Scrooge's bedroom. R.W. Paul was trick film specialist Walter Booth, credited for the film's director, as well as the well-known magician, as well as a trick and comic film specialist. The film makes early use of dissolving between scenes. Some scenes are tinted. And that's the ghost showing Scrooge his grave. We have come a long way from the silent film era. Really have. The only known surviving footage, about 3 minutes and 20 seconds in length, is preserved in the British Film Institute. This footage starts with Bob Cartwright showing someone out of Scrooge's office on Christmas Eve. Just before he and Scrooge leave on the night, and ends at the scene where Scrooge is shown his own grave. The film does not show the ghost of Christmas past, Christmas present, yet, or Christmas come, instead relying on Ghost of Marley to present the visions of Scrooge. Now that's very interesting. The phrase Merry Christmas had been around for so many years. The earliest known written use in a letter in 1534, a long time ago. But Dickens' use of the phrase in A Christmas Carol popularized it among the Victorian public. The exclamation "Bah humbug" entered the popular use in English language as a resort to anything sentimental or overly festive. The name Scrooge became used as a designation for a miser, was added to the Oxford English Dictionary as such as 1982. In the early 19th century, the celebration of Christmas was associated with in Britain with the countryside and peasant revels. Disconnected to the increased urbanization and industrialization taking place, Davis considers that in A Christmas Carol, Dickens showed that Christmas could be celebrated in towns and in cities despite increasing modernization. The modern observance of Christmas in English-speaking countries is largely a result of Victorian-era revival of the holiday. The Oxford movement of the 1883s and 1840s have produced a resurgence of the traditional rituals and the religious observances associated with Christmastide, and with Christmas Carol, Dickens captured the Zeitgeist while he reflected and reinforced his vision of Christmas. That Scrooge extinguishing the first spirit looks a lot like a comic. That's funny. Huh. A Zeitgeist is an invisible agent, force, or demon dominating the characteristic of a given epoch. in world history. Okay, Latina, good night. Thank you so much for coming. You and your family have a very Merry Christmas. The novelist William Dean Howells, analyzing several of Dickens' Christmas stories, including A Christmas Carol, considered that by 1881 pathos appears false and strained, the humor largely horseplay, the characters theoretical, and the jubilanty pumped, the psychology commonplace, the sociology alone funny. The writer James Joyce considered Dickens took childish approach when Christmas Carol, producing a gap between the naive optimism of the story and the real, real, realities of the life of the time. Yeah. All right. Two more paragraphs in this section of A Christmas Carol review will be done. All right. Ruth Glancy, the professor of English literature, states that the largest impact of A Christmas Carol was the influence felt by the readers. In the early 1844, the gentlemen attributed a rise of charitable giving in Britain's Dickens' Novelia. In 1874, Robert Louis Stevenson, after reading Dickens' Christmas books, vowed to give generously to those in need. You see, this book had an effect on people to give more generously. And Thomas Carlyle expressed generous hospitality by hosting two Christmas dinners after reading the book. In 1867, one American businessman was so moved by attending a reading that he closed his factory on Christmas Day and sent every employee a turkey. Wow. While in the early years, the 20th century Maud of Wales, the Queen of Norway, sent gifts to London crippled children signed with the Tiny Tim's lovers. On the Novelia, the author G.K. Chesterton wrote, "The beauty and blessings of the story lie in the great furnace of the real happiness that glows through Scrooge and everything around him. Whether the Christmas vision would or would not convert Scrooge, they convert us." Analyzing the changes made adaptations over time, Davis sees changes in the focus of the story and its characters to reflect mainstream thinking of the period, while Dickens' Victorian audiences would have viewed the tale as spiritual but secular parable. In the early 20th century, it became a children's story read by parents who remembered their parents reading it when they were younger. In the lead up to and during the Great Depression, Davis suggests, while some saw the story as denouncing of capitalism, like I was saying earlier, that's not what this story was trying to do. It was like, although there was like Marx and them were over there at that time, this story was just talking about charity, which is like, in my opinion, like communism doesn't. That's not what communism does. Our system has charity. That's like free will. The other thing doesn't have free will in it. I didn't think he was denouncing capitalism, but most read it as a way to escape the oppressive economic realities. The film versions of the 1930s were different. In the UK and the US Britain made films showed a traditional telling the story, while US made works showed caricature and a more central role escaping the depression caused by European bankers and celebrating the Davis calls the Christmas and Common Man. In the 1960s, Scrooge was sometimes portrayed as a Freudian figure wrestling in his past. By the 1980s, he was again set in the world of depression and economic uncertainty. So that's like a background of like the impact the story had. And next says, thanks, Christmas streams. Learned a lot just popping into chat, Alien, to wish you and crew a Merry Christmas week listening. Well, next, Merry Christmas to you and your family, and we thank you very much. And I'm going to go to look up something we were talking about. And also about your question, I have to see the reference. So, Jacob, I think it does have to do, in my opinion, with the reference to the song you're saying you're talking about. It probably did originate from this because that I was reading before. The story had a big impact on people and different things. So I do think it has a genesis to that, but I mean I can't confirm that for certain because I'm not seeing a lot of information about that. But I do think it has origins from that, in my opinion. Let's see. So in the Polar Express, there was this instrument that was really cool. Because I saw it today, and it's like it's so cool because there's this ghost hobo dude, and I like how they have the ghosts and things. It's mysterious. Like where does he come from? He looks like he's like from the Titanic. He and they have some like real mysterious stuff going on, and the dimensions of the train are kind of mystical, and they don't make a lot of sense and add up. So I think that that was a very good movie I saw today, which I saw when I was a kid in 2004. And in 2004, it was a white Christmas down here in New Orleans. It's rained, it snowed twice in my life here. Two or three times. Essie says to Next Online, Merry Christmas. Thank you, Essie. And also, Jacob says the same thing to Next. Alright. The And Essie says hello to Casimirio. That's good. The hurdy-gurdy. So the hurdy-gurdy in Western world today, the hurdy-gurdy is mostly viewed as a Renaissance artifact, but it still occasionally appears in pop scene. Bands like Arcade Fire, Led Zeppelin, and Weezer have used the hurdy-gurdy. An instrument had brief cameo in popular 2004 children's film the Polar Express. They have like a crank, and you can pull it, and you have different music that comes from it. It's a really beautiful instrument. And yeah, that one. So that's what the thing is, and I'll see like more about its origins. It seems to be it's a medieval instrument. It's a keyboard and like a type of violin, and it's similar to the bagpipes. And interchangeably along the bagpipes, it is mostly used in Occitan, in Italy, Aragonese, Celtic, Moorish, French influence, Cajun French. I was talking about the difference between Creole and French. You see, like, the Creole people are in New Orleans, and the Cajuns are on the west part. So there you go. And it's Slavic, Galician, which is like Celtic, like people in the like Scotland and stuff. So a brief like history about this thing is that the hurdy-gurdy is generally thought to have originated from fiddles in either Europe or the Middle East. Before the eventual 11th century AD, the first recorded reference to the fiddles in Europe was in the 9th century by Persian geographer Ibn Khurdan Behibah, describing the era as a typical instrument within the Byzantine Empire. One of the earliest forms of the huddy-gruddy is the organ istrium. So this is something that predates this one. The large instrument with a guitar-shaped body and a long neck in which the keys were set covering the diatonic octave. The organ instrument had a single melody string and two drone strings which ran over a common bridge and relatively small wheel. Due to its size, the organ instrument was played by two people, one of whom turned the crank while the other pulled the keys upward. Pulling the keys upward is chambersome, so only slow tunes can be played in the organ instrument. So it was like a medieval instrument and originated in different parts of the world and like Middle East and stuff. And you have the huddy-gruddy right there. 17th century changeable musical tastes depend greatly on the polyphonic capabilities that the huddy-gruddy could offer and pushed the instrument to lowest social classes. This would explain why in the Polar Express they have that instrument, because the dude was a hobo, and it's the lower social classes had the huddy-guddy later, because in the 17th century there was change in musical tastes, and that the huddy-guddy wasn't able to produce the music it wanted to hear. As a result, it acquired names like the German Ba on Tier, peasant's lyre, and the Bettler Eler, beggar's lyre, during the 18th century. However, French Rococo tastes for rustic derivations brought the huddy-guddy back to the attention of the upper classes, where it acquired a tremendous popularity among the notability, with famous composers writing works for the hurdy-gurdy. The most famous is Nicolas Chadevelle, Pastor Fido, published under the name Antonio Vivaldi, as a time most common style of the hurdy-gurdy. That sounds like a name someone would name something now. Developed the 6-string Valet à roue. This instrument has 2 melody strings and 4 drones. The drone strings are turned so that by turning them on or off, the instrument can be played in multi-keys. C, G, and D. During this time, the hurdy-gurdy also spread further to Central Europe, where further variations developed in Western Slavic countries, German-speaking areas, and Hungary. See the list types below, more information on them. Most types of the hurdy-gurdy were essentially extinct by the early 20th century, but a few have survived. The best known are the French Valet à roue, the Hungarian Teko Oratant, and the Spanish Zanfona. In Ukraine, a variety of the era was widely used by blind street musicians, most who were purged by Stalin in the 1930s. So, for the Polar Express movie, this is why this instrument was used. The hurdy-gurdy tradition is well developed, particularly in Hungary and Poland and Belarus, southeastern France, and Ukraine. In Ukraine, it is known as the Ira, or Relia. It was still is played by professional, often blind, itinerant musicians known as lyriki. Their reporte had most para-religious themes. Most of its originated in Baroque period in eastern Ukraine. The reporte includes unique historic epics known as dummy and folk tales. And Lerniki were categorized as beggars by the Russian authorities and fell under harsh repressive measures, or car performing in the streets in major cities in 1902, where the authorities harassed the ethnographers attending the 12th and All-Russian Archaeological Conference to stop persecuting them. Those are the peasants with the hurdy-gurdy. The hurdy-gurdy is the instrument played in Der Leermann. The street musician portrayed the last melancholy songs Schubert's and Winterse. It also featured play promotely in the Captain's Cougarus, 1937, as the instrument of the character manual played by Spencer Tracy. So now it's used. It was used in 1968 when Don O'Novan released his pop song "Hurdy Gurdy Man." In 1968, although the song does not use the hurdy-gurdy, the repeated reference to the instrument to the song's lyrics sparked curiosity and interest among young people, eventually resulting in an annual hurdy-gurdy musical festival in the Olympic Peninsula area of Washington each September. Today, the tradition has resurfaced. Revivals had been underway for many years, as well as Austria, Belgium, Eastern Europe, and Europe in general. So it had a new revival. This is like the inside the instrument. All right, so that is the instrument from the Polar Express and why they had it. Yeah, so that is something that I did not know. And it's good, to learn that, and that's why they use that instrument in the movie. It's good to know. And we'll read about Ghost of Christmas Present. The Ghost of Christmas Present is a fictional character in Charles Dickens' 1843 novel A Christmas Carol. The ghost is one of the three spirits that appear to miser Ebenezer Scrooge to offer him a chance of redemption. Following the visit from the ghost, his deceased business partner Jacob Marley, Scrooge receives nocturnal visits from the ghost of Christmas, each representing different periods of Scrooge's life. The ghost of Christmas Present is concerned with Scrooge's current life and the present Christmas Day. The ghost of Christmas Present is presented as a personification of the Christmas spirit, and in Novelia's first edition had colored drawing by John Leech resembles early Victorian images of Father Christmas. Father Christmas is a traditional English name for the personification of Christmas. Although now known as the Christmas gift bringer and typically considered to be synonymous with Santa Claus, he was originally part of a much older, unrelated English tradition. The spirit first appears to Scrooge on the throne made by traditional Christmas foodstuffs that would have been familiar to Dickens' more operous readers. The spirit became a mouthpiece for Dickens' view on social reform and Christian charity, generosity, and goodwill to all men, especially the poor, celebration of Christmas Day. And this is the dude. Yeah, that's very interesting. And yeah, so it's a mouthpiece for Dickens' view on social reform and charity and generosity, goodwill of all men, especially to the poor, and celebration of Christmas Day. See, like in communism, they'll take away religion, so this is emphasizing the importance of Christmas and Christianity and giving to others, which I think is fine. This is really this story has good morals because like back in the past, the big issues of the time were class, especially in Europe. America does not have an issue with class. Like you could see a poor person or a rich person, people don't really care. That's not a problem in America. But basically in Europe, it was like a class thing. That was the problem. They had problems with each other. So it's good that this book was very progressive for its time, and it encouraged people to give to those that needed help. And by the early 1843, Dickens had been affected by treatment of the poor, and particularly the treatment of children and poor after witnessing children working conditions. We read that before. And let's see the origins of this character. The Ghost of Christmas Present is described as a jolly giant in Leech's hand. Colored illustration of the friendly and cheerful spirit, his hand open in gesture of welcome, confronted by the amazed Scrooge, has been described by Jane Rab Cohen as elegantly combining the ideal, real, and supernatural with humor and sympathy. It is clear that Spirit is based on the Father Christmas, the ancient patriarchal figure associated with English Christmas holding holiday, traditionally a bearded pagan giant depicted in a fur-lined evergreen robe, wearing a crown of holly while holding a mistletoe. Father Christmas, or Old Christmas, was often represented by surrounding by plentiful food, drink, stated to appear regularly in illustrated magazines of 1840s. The American Santa Claus commemorated in 1822 a poem visit by St. Nicholas, better known as The Night Before Christmas by Clement Clarke Moore, is derived from pagan English counterpart and gift-giving St. Nicholas of Myra. But the Ghost of Christmas Present should not be confused with the American version, who was little known to England before the 1850s. And this is another depiction of him. And this probably has origins to like ancient Greeks and Rome. And I think Mardi Gras has a similar character to him in the Mardi Gras parades. As predicted by Jacob Marley, the second spirit of the ghost of Christmas present appears as the bell strikes one, while Scrooge is waiting to meet the second of the spirits. Nothing between a baby and Rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. However, the appearance of spirit takes him by surprise with vision of opulence and the good things of Christmas, a vision of how Scrooge, with all his wealth, could be living, but chooses not to. The movement Scrooge's hand was on the lock. A strange voice called him by his name and bade him enter. He obeyed. Heaped up on the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince peels, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry cheeks, apples, juicy oranges, lucius pears, immense 12 cakes, seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dime with their delicious steam. In easy state upon the couch there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch in the shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up high to shed its light on Scrooge as he came peering around the door. "Come in," exclaimed the ghost, "come in, and know me better, man." Scrooge entered timidly and hung his head before the spirit. He was not the Dodge Scrooge he had been, and through the spirit's eyes were clear and kind. He did not like to meet them. "I am the ghost of Christmas present," said the spirit. "Look upon me." Scrooge reverently did so. It was clothed in simple deep green robe or mantle, bordered with white fur. This garment hung so loosely on the figure that its capacious breast was bare, as it disdaining to be wardened, concealed by any artifice. Its feet, observable beneath the ample folds of garments, were also bare, and on his head it wore no other covering than a holy wreath, set here there with shining icicles. Its dark brown curls were long and free as genial face, its sparkling eye, its open hand, its cheery voice, its unconstrained demeanor and joyful air, grinded round its middle was an antique scabbard, but no sword was in it. An ancient sheath was eaten up with rust. When the ghost of Christmas present shows Scrooge the dinners of the poor being cooked in a local bakery, the houses of the poor that time began ill equipped from cooking, Seeing the spirit was representing God and Christianity, Scrooge accuses him of wanting to close such bakeries on the Sabbath, which would have resulted in the poor having no hot food that day. The Sunday shuttering of the business was of great importance to Dickens at the time. Several public figures wanted to keep Sabbath holy by banning secular work on Sunday, which meant closing bakeries. Among these Sabbatarians was MP Sir Andrew, 1793, born 1849 died, who introduced Sunday observance bill in the House of Commons. Interesting. All right. Jacob Marley is a fictional character in Charles Dickens's 1843 novel A Christmas Carol, a former business partner of the miser Ebenezer Scrooge, who had been dead for 7 years. On Christmas Eve, Scrooge is visited at home by Marley's ghost, who wanders Earth, entwined by heavy chains and money boxes forged during a lifetime of greed and selfishness. Marley tells Scrooge that he has a single chance of redemption to avoid the same fate. He will be visited by three spirits in the hope that he will mend his ways, otherwise he will be cursed to carry much heavier chains of his own. By early 1843, Dickens had been affected by the treatment of the poor, in particular treatment of the children of the poor after witnessing. We read that already. Marley, in his pigtail usual waistcoat, tight and boots, the tassels of the latter bristling like his pigtail, in his coat, skirts, and hair upon his head. The chain he drew was clasped about his middle. It was long and would wound about him like a tail, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, and deeds, and heavy purses. Wrought in steel, his body was transparent, so Scrooge, observing him, was and looking through his waistcoat, could have seen buttons on his coat behind. Behind. So that's him, and those are like listening. So basically, it's this transparent, like corpse-looking dude with a bunch of padlocks chained to him to carry around, and Scrooge is like looking at him in astonishment. Marley warns Scrooge that his own chain was full and heavy as Marley's 7 years ago, and that he has been working on it since, owing his indifference of the poor. Scrooge's chain is now ponderous and a void an eternity of purgatory. Scrooge must change his life and show penance to assist him with this. Marley has interceded for Scrooge to be visited by three spirits who offer him the chance of escaping the same fate. Marley warns Scrooge to expect the first spirit when the clock tolls one. Other than that, Scrooge and Marley had been business partners in their counting house for many years, and that the two men were alike in their greed. Dickens provides little background information about Jacob Marley. His presence in the story is provided by warning in stave 1 concerning that the miserliness and misanthropy of Scrooge. This is a 1915 depiction of it. It's just kind of like the same thing, but like a drawing. That looks pretty cool. Maybe like it could be sort of in like a cartoon in our modern age. That's basically like what we can see here about it. And he's still transparent, and he's like being dramatic, and Scrooge is just like in this picture sitting there like stoic, like he's not even like really acknowledging what's going on, but like the other depictions of him, kind of like astonished, I think would be the most accurate depiction in my opinion. So he's like in purgatory. It says no escape. He is in a purgatory. Some Christian denominations is a state of physical death, the purification process of purgatory, final purification. So it's like a purification of the damned. So that's like what this person is in the story. Drink some water. It is required of every man. This is what Marley tells Scrooge, states to Scrooge. It is required of every man the ghost returned that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men and travel far and wide. If that his spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world. Oh, woe is me! And witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth, turned to happiness. The chain in which Marley is fettered represents his sins, and the life and his guilt of failing to help his fellow man. He forged the chain himself and wears it through his lack of compassion for others. Indeed, the ghosts that Scrooge sees outside his window are similarly fettered with objects associated with the sins committed in their lives. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some few, they might be guilty garments, were linked together. None were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one old ghost in a white waistcoat with a monstrous iron safe attached to its ankle, who cried piteously as being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant, whom it saw below. Upon a doorstep, the miserly with them, all with clearly all was clearly that they sought to interfere. Good in human matters had lost power forever. And Dickens might have been influenced by Pliny the Younger. Was a lawyer, author, and magistrate of ancient Rome, who related a celebrated account of a haunted house from ancient classical world. In 1825, the young Dickens was sent to Wellington House Classical and Commercial Academy, where in 1827 he won the Latin prize. Here's another depiction of the Scrooge. Well, this is not Scrooge. This is actually the Greek, the Roman lawyer that I was just talking about. It seems like an exact identical situation to the Christmas Carol story. Wow, that is so similar. So he was visited by this lawyer in ancient Rome, was visited by a ghost of his friend, and it's a similar storyline to the Christmas Carol with Scrooge, and this is believed to be the inspiration of the entire story. Wow, the similarities are just uncanny. Wow. It's interesting to see like what inspires an author to write about what they write. And the book also relates to Pliny's description of the hauntings of the house of Athens, which brought by the Stoic philosopher Athenodius. Like Stoic philosophy I was talking about last night, which I think is a very, very good quotes in Stoic philosophy, who lived about 100 years before Pliny, knowing that house was supposedly haunted. Athenodius initially set up his writings desk in the room where the apparition was said to appear and sat there writing until late night, when he was disturbed by a ghost which came at the door and then into the chamber, and who, like Marley, was bound in chains. Pliny wrote his friend Sura that in the dead of night a noise resembling the clashing of iron was frequently heard, which, if you listen more alternately, sounded like rattling of fetters. As first it seemed at a distance, but approached nearer and nearer by degrees. Immediately afterward, a phantom appeared in the form of an old man, extremely maigre and squalid, with a long beard and bristling hair, rattling the gyves on his feet and hands. And Thedrios followed the ghost outside, where it indicated a spot in the ground where Athenodius later excavated the area. A shackled skeleton was unearthed. The haunting ceased when the skeleton was given a proper reburial. Wow, this is a very similar account, as I just said, to the story of Scrooge and Marley. That is so cool. I never knew this in my life. That's so interesting. And those are all the references to different stories. Ghost of Christmas Past. The Ghost of Christmas Past is a fictional character in Charles Dickens' 1843 novel Ilia, A Christmas Carol. The ghost is one of the three spirits that appear to miser Ebenezer Scrooge to offer him a chance of the redemption. Following a visit from the ghost of his deceased business partner, Jacob Marley, Scrooge receives nocturnal visits from the ghost of Christmas, each representing a different period of Scrooge's life. The Ghost of Christmas Past is concerned with the Christmases from Scrooge's past. Appearing to both young and old, the spirit carries a large cap in the shape of a candle extinguisher under its arm. From the top of its head shines a bright light that illuminates Scrooge's memories. You can see here on the right how it's this apparition and it's like a giant light, and then it's being like censored, it's being like taken out. Yeah. Appearing to be both young and old, the spirit carries a large cap in the shape of a candle extinguisher under its arm. From the top of its head shines bright at Scrooge's memories. And we have a passage from it. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not like a child, as like an old man viewed through some supernatural medium, which gave him the appearance of having receded from the view and being diminished to a child's proportions, and its hair, which hung about its neck, down back, was white as with age, and yet the face had not wrinkle in it. The tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were very long and the muscular. The hands the same, as if its hold was uncommon strength. Its legs and feet, most delicately formed, were like those upper members, bare. But the strangest thing about it was, from the crown of its head there was sprung a bright clear jet of light, by which all is visible, which doubtless the occasion of its using it duller moments, a great extinguisher for a cap in which now held under its arm. Even this, though Scrooge looked at it with increasing steadiness, was not its strangest quality, for as its belt sparkled and glittered now in one part, now in another, what was the light one instant and another, time was dark, so the figure itself fluctuated in its distinct being, now a thing with one arm, now with one leg, now with 20 legs, now a pair of legs without a head, now a head without a body, of which dissolving parts no outline would be visible, dense gloom wherein they melted away, and the very wonder of this, it was be itself again distinct and clear as ever. So this is the depiction, and that's very interesting. I've not seen a depiction about it like this before. It usually comes in like a flame, but this is like a child, an adult, or like a little fairy or something, and the dude's like, what's going on here? He's like astonished about what's going on. We have visions in the past. A small matter, said the ghost, to make these silly folks so full of gratitude. The spirit signed to him to listen to the two appearances which were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezzelwidge. And when he had done so, it said, "Why is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money. There are a few, perhaps, as that much of that deserves its praise. It is that," said Scrooge, heated by remark, and speaking unconsciously like this former, not this latter self. It isn't that spirit has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or toil. Says his power lies in words and looks and things so slight, insignificant, that it is impossible and count them up. To what then? This, the happiness he gives, is quite as great as if it cost a fortune. He felt Spirit's glance and stopped. And now we have the ghost of Christmas yet to come, and you have this thing. It's like a Grim Reaper looking thing, and the Scrooge is like on his knees begging and crying for comfort, and he's telling him like he's gonna be this thing, this corpse in this grave because he's bad, and he's going to be like the dude with chains. So like this is like one of the final ones, and the ghost of Christmas yet to come is a fictional character in Charles Dickens's 1843 novella. I think that's how I say it, novella. Looking, it's like the word Bella novella. All right, A Christmas Carol. The ghost is the last of the three spirits that appear to miser Ebenezer Scrooge to offer him a chance of redemption. Following the visit from the ghost of his deceased business partner, Jacob Marley, Scrooge receives nocturnal visits from the ghosts of Christmas, each representing a different period of Scrooge's life. The shrouded, anomalous, and silent ghost Christmas yet to come is Scrooge's last visitor and shows him a vision of Christmas Day soon after his death. Unlike the two previous spirits that come at the stroke of one, the ghost of Christmas yet to come makes an appearance on the last stroke of 12, the witching hour. We've talked about that on the channel. It's like when the interdimensional beings, the ghosts, the aliens, the demons, the devil, they all come out. And that's when this thing comes. It is introduced as an ominous and silent figure, a solemn phantom draped and hooded coming like a mist along the ground towards him. Scrooge feared that the silent shape so much that his legs trembled beneath him, and that he found that he could hardly stand with prepared to follow. When it came near him, Scrooge bent down upon his knee for the very air through which his spirit moved, which the spirit moved. It seemed a scattered gloom, a mystery. It was shrouded in deep black garments, which concealed its head, its face, its form, and let nothing visible save one outstretched hand. But this it would have been difficult to detach its figure from the night and separate it from the darkness by which it was surrounded. So we definitely see that this is like a Grim Reaper type phantom. That it's like a more of a sinister. Like the other ones are like jolly, upbeat ones that are like giving him like a slap on the wrist. This thing is like want to twist his wrist and cut it off. And Latina in chat says, "Oh no, I was listening to Coast AM right now, and they're just said that Ian Punnett passed away. Well, rest in peace to him." Latina says, "I'm pretty sure he just had a birthday recently, and it seems that he's too young to have passed away." I agree. I agree with that, Latina. Thank you for sharing us and letting us know what's going on. Alright, so this is a depiction of like a Grim Reaper type creature, a Grim Reaper type being. It's a personification of death, literally, and it's like this is what visit Ebenezer Scrooge and other people and stuff. Representation of death wearing a shroud, the silent highwayman, 1858. That's the image that you all just saw. And it's like, so those that are like listening, it's like this Grim Reaper. It's a skeleton with a kind of a hood on its head, and it's like going through with its boat, and there's like some dead things in the water. And it's like a drawing. It's quite intense looking. It's like an old painting. I mean, an old drawing. So a further reading: the spirit in its dusty shroud is a personification of death. While this may seem an odd choice to modern readers, Christmas Ghost. In the early Victorian era, people would remember their deceased loved ones at Christmas time. This would explain why people in the different chats and stuff were talking about Christmas. I mean, we're talking about the dead loved ones at Christmas because I'm wondering, why is everyone so gloom and doom? And doom and gloom, right? So basically, this is an explanation to me about it, which was also a time for reflection of the end of the year. So that's what people did in the Victorian era, and people are still doing it now. In this article, What Christmas Is as We Grow Older, published Household Words. In 1851, Dickens wrote, "Of all the days in the year, we will turn our faces to that of the dead upon Christmas Day, and from its silent hosts bring those we love among us." Dickens described a similar Christmas specter in the story A December Vision, 1850, which also had a slow and unwavering presence, and which also had a shaded face of ghostly eyes. So I really liked the depiction of this in the story, about how what it looks like and how it's menacing, and it's a personification of death and the symbolism of what people did in the Victorian era and what people do now. And so yeah, wow, I really think that this was a great depiction. We have some interesting things to read here that I see, like I'm skimming over it, and we'll read some more about this, and it has to do with things I know about England from my family's past too, which we'll get to in a moment. All right. Like in the future, the ghost of Christmas yet to come is unknown, mysterious, and silent. And Scrooge fears his message most of all. The spirit points when it wishes Scrooge to look, something, or follow. The Victorians believed ghosts had the power to see the future, including people's deaths, and novella. The ghost of Christmas yet to come reveals Scrooge his death, and the spirit shows Scrooge that his future fate is not to be seen and described as being moved by Scrooge's case. When it first arrives, Scrooge is fearful to the ghost, and the spirit paused a moment as observing his condition and giving him time to recover. Later, when Scrooge vows to change his ways at his grave, the ghost's kind hand trembles. Wow, see the darkness, the light overpowers the darkness. During the 1840s, the threat of typhus and cholera, cholera, no, cholera was very real for everyone, high and low in London, and the ghost of Christmas yet to come is a memento mori, a reminder of the inevitably of death, but also reminder in the fear of death and dying, because with death comes a reckoning, leading either to eternal reward or to eternal punishment. The ghost of Jacob Marley and Stave, or Staff, let's call it, a revealed Scrooge fate can expect unless the changes his ways. The spirit shows Scrooge how his death will bring indifference to others at best and joy in worst. That those who build up treasures on earth will find that these same treasures have no worth after death. Facts. That's pure facts. You can only take with you the stuff you did. The only sorrow that the spirit can show in connection with the death of the unknown man is the death of Tiny Tim, the two deaths being linked in a way as yet unknown to Scrooge without becoming benevolent, charitable, and without acting, accepting redemption and salvation. Scrooge will suffer the same fate as Marley, weighed down by chains and cash boxes and ledgers and cursed to walk the earth. He must accept honor and Christmas in his heart. So my great grandfather in England died of, I think it was, yeah, it was typhus. I think, yes. And because there is a thing, no, it was a, no, it was not typhus. It was tuberculosis. That's what it was. But so in England around the 1800s, you had all these diseases going around everywhere. Cholera. Thanks, Latina. I remember the pronunciation, but I know it was like on the tip of my tongue, but I didn't quite remember it. So yeah, it was tuberculosis my ancestor died of around this time period in England, but they had other stuff going around too. So that's an interesting that it was correlated to the diseases that were going around at that time. So you see how a pandemic works? It just wipes out the entire population and everybody gets sick. That's what it looks like, just for the record. Like, you can see the difference. And we live in a modern age with washing hands, with better hygiene and stuff, so it's highly unlikely something like that were to wipe us all out, like in the previous generations. Yeah, so we see how he changes his ways and he's shown what fate he's going to have if he doesn't change, and I think that is very, very powerful and moving. And the staff for the Spirit takes Scrooge to locations around London, including the London Stock Exchange and Bob Carat's home. Old Joe's rag and bone shop, and a dead man under a sheet. In these scenes, Dickens uses mirroring for as the spirit reveals the visions of the future to Scrooge. He fails to recognize what the reader has already seen, that Scrooge sees his future, that unmound dead man himself, that bed, curtains, and rag and bone shop are his, that cheap funeral discussed by the city businessman at the exchange, his own, that his creditor whose death brings hope and relief to an in depth young couple. Scrooge struggles to understand the significance of these visions for the future, believing that the fate of the dead man, in the bedchamber could be his own, and implores spirits to reveal the identity of the dead man. In his final scene, staff for Scrooge finds himself in a churchyard where the spirit points to the gravestone. And Latina said an excellent point. She said, yes, with godlessness came. No, godliness came cleanliness, and many learned the importance. Facts. Great point, Latina. Not familiar with the rag and bone shop. What is that? Interesting. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down to one. He advanced towards it in trembling. The phantom was exactly as it had been, but he dreaded that he saw new meaning in his soulman shape. Before I draw near to that stone to which you point, and Scrooge answered me in the question, are these shadows of the things that will be, or are they shadows of the things that may be only? Still the ghost pointed downward to the grave by which it stood. Men's courses will foreshadow certain ends to which it preserved that they must lead. Scrooge, but in the courses be departed from the ends will change. Say it is thus with what you show me. The spirit was immovable as ever. Scrooge crept towards it and trembling. The spirit was immovable. Scrooge crept towards it trembling. As he went, and following the finger read upon the stone of the neglected grave of his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge. Wow, so he sees his own name on the grave and he freaks out. I will, Latina. I will. Am I that man who lay upon the bed? He cried, upon his knees. The finger pointed from the grave to him and back again. No spirit, oh no, no. The finger's still there. The spirit cried, tight, clutching at its rope. Hear me, I am not the man I was. I will not be a man I must have been. But this intercourse. Why show me this, if I am past of all hope? For this time the hand appeared to shake. Good spirit, he pursued, as down upon the ground he felt before it. Your nature intercedes for me and pities me. Assure me that I yet may change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life. The kind hand trembled. I will honor Christmas in my heart and try to keep it all year. I will live in the past, the present, and the future. The spirits of all three shall strive within me. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Oh, tell me I may sponge away the writing of the stone. In his agony he caught the spectral hand. It sought to free itself, but was strong in his entry and detained it. The spirit stronger yet repulsed him. Holding up his hands in a last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alternation of the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down to the bedpost. See, this is a depiction of him being shown his own grave, and him saying, no. This is a costume of it. Those are a different depiction of it. And then he wakes up, he gives a charity, rejects his previous ways, and helps his employee, gives people a turkey, and he has a a change of heart and gives to charity. Yeah, like it was this because the Polar Express, this hobo just chilling on top of the train. That was cool. All right, and also we have now. I will say, I think the Tim Allen Santa Claus movies were very good, in my opinion. Those were really good. And they have a lot of good classics. I remember I was watching some cartoons of the Christmas movies from like the 40s and stuff. I remember this. They had some really sad ones, but with like happy endings. And it's like as time went on, like they made different ones. Like they had. So I watched the old Rudolph. So Latina. I watched the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer from like the cartoon version of it. And I think that story's hilarious. And like it's a cute reindeer. And a Christmas joke is like, say, Santa Claus takes pictures with a Polaroid, and Santa Claus doesn't have his own kids because he only comes once a year. So, those are two other funny ones. That's a Christmas tree in some cold area. It's nice. Very nice. Yeah, so we could see like the so that was the summary of the Ebenezer Scrooge of his movie and book. That's like what happened and the good morals behind it. So I think Christmas Carol is a very good one. Also, another one is, and also another one is, and this was from one of my friends from another chat. Where do you stop for a reindeer lunch? Dairy Queen. Okay, and then we have, let's see. Yeah, and why does Santa go through the chimney? Because it suits him. And also his favorite music is rap. And how much does Santa's sleigh cost? It was on the house. seeing got anything else. I think that was all of it. What games do reindeer play at sleepovers? Truth or Dare? And also, I said this one earlier. What do you call a kid that doesn't believe in Santa? A kid without a claws. And also, this one says, how do you get into a reindeer's house? Ring the deer bell. Ring the deer bell. It's like, let's get into this reindeer's house. Let's ring the deer bell. And give me egg nog nog. Egg nog nog. That's what it's called when it's spiked. And also, Santa goes to the liquor store to get spirits. All right. So those were some Santa Claus jokes that were very funny from one of my other friends. From, shout out to them. All right. All right. So we had that, and let's say Christmas true presents. The one that said the jokes was named is Pam. Shout out to Pam. Funny jokes. Yeah. So, saying that, we're going to. Yeah, so this is presents under the Christmas tree. That's very cool. And that St. Nicholas was helped people that were having problems, that were like really having bad problems, like were going to be used for cannibalism. People, he calmed the seas and the storms and the waves, and was very charitable and good to people. And he had a beard, and so this is that is very good. So we talked about Saint Nicholas yesterday and the importance about him. And Latina says, in one movie, Santa has a son named Fred Claus. I think I remember something about that. I think I remember something about that. Santa Claus under the tree. That's a painting. Very good painting. Nice art. Oh, Latina, you're not imagining things. Other YouTubers are also saying what I was saying the other today after I saw the Polar Express and the different things like that. I was like saying how the movies are so different now, and they're not like how they used to be. Latina, you are not imagining things. You're absolutely correct. And other YouTubers are saying that movies these days just suck. And So it's not just you, and it's like there's no political things in a Polar Express. It was just regular kids and people just having a Christmas time. This and that was from back in 2004. So I mean, it was nice seeing a movie that wasn't stupid and about some stupid political thing or being correct or helping a cause or something. Like right here, we're just talking about Christmas and whatever. We're not like doing something like what these other groups are doing. So yeah, like especially when you see the older movies like from like 20 years ago, 18 years ago, it's like there's like no comparison. We really need to get back on track. No pun intended on the Alien Express. We're always on track, and we have to just have movies make movies great again. Facts. Hello, Stranded. Stranded says, "Hi everyone. Just wanted to pop in and wish everyone a Merry Christmas, and if you're traveling, be safe." Well, Stranded, it's a pleasant surprise to see you in chat, and thank you for coming through. And also, Stranded, Merry Christmas to you and your family. And we, the spaceship and the crew, wish you that as well. And also to you and Archer and Tucker. And Latina, I understand what you mean by animated movies. I will say that I like the Polar Express. I like that. But I can understand what you mean. And like Latina, I watched the old Disney movies from like I don't know the exact dates, but the time periods from the 40s to like Looney Tunes and stuff up to like the 80s and the 90s. So I remember the old Disney animations or say like Snow White or things like that, how they animated it. That was really cool. But the computer animations, Latina, I totally understand that. Like, I like Elsa. I like the Frozen movies and Brave. She has similar hair to I do. That didn't make any sense. Brave has similar hair to me. That character. I like those movies, but I do understand the concept of like the animated computer movies are kind of different than the other animations they had, like the stop motion animation or those cartoons Disney used to have. Like they had layers of drawings, and they would have a camera looking down on it, and they have a light, and they would just take out different slides. It was really technically involved to make one of those things. And now, like, you have these things, but yes, there are exceptions. Like I like, Frozen, Brave. I like the Polar Express and different things like that. I like the SpongeBob ones, but they had a Latina. There is a Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer computer animation, and it was cancerous. It was like, I mean that as a form of expression, okay? I don't mean to trigger anybody, but it was just horrible. It was like, it was terrible looking compared to the nice ones. So like the stop motion animation one. Well, I think like Nightmare Before Christmas, that's a Halloween one. I'm actually wearing that right now. The that was a very great movie. I like that type of animation too. So, but yeah, and movies these days are just stupid. Like, and it was nice today seeing the Polar Express, a nice old movie. I've been talking to, hanging out with friends and like and chatting with different people and doing stuff with family, and I moved the pieces of furniture from down the street. So I've been having a really nice Christmas, and I learned that people mourn their loved ones around this time of year, and so that was something new to me. And that it's also a time of mourning and sadness for people. Yes, Latina, I can in a moment. I have to get myself out of this chair. All right, so see, I have to look at this through the camera to make sure it's being shown. Okay. Oh, Stranded. I totally agree. Beowulf is a great CGI movie. I talk about Beowulf on here because it has to do with the science stuff, the interdimensional stuff. All right. All right. So it's Jack Skellington's head. I have some cat hairs on me, but and right here it has the different characters. So that's what I'm wearing. Go to full screen. All right. You're right. That's what I did with the Titanic model. All right. So here we have the Jack Skellington shirt, and I have this, the different characters from it. Alright, so there we go, because I know we need to do full screen, so I remember when I was showing the Titanic model, we had to go full screen because I'm showing you all something from a tiny microscopic window that's like ridiculous, so this is a better way to show it. Alright. Alright. In Stranded, I agree that the Beowulf movie was excellent. Thank you, Stranded. Glad that you like it. Next. Latina says, I saw a house with that for Christmas decorations, like your shirt. Nightmare Before Christmas. I've never watched it. LOL. It seemed scary for a cartoon. I watched it when I was a little kid. It was like, I remember I was, very small. And I remember watching it. I really liked it, and we had it on VHS. And I remember, I don't know, I remember this something like we were at a McDonald's at night, and I got a toy from it or something around that time period. It's a very good movie, but I'm into scary, dark stuff. It's a stop motion animation. Yeah, I agree with Stranded. It's more like funny than scary. This is some really cool like stuff right here. We have like a Christmas tree decorated like that. That's really cool. And they can't see it because I had the window switched. So we're gonna go over here, and they're gonna see it. Yeah, so that's really cool. And Nightmare Before Christmas in general. Yeah, Coraline. Yeah, I remember Coraline. That was a scary one. Of course, I liked it because I like that kind of stuff. Like things don't like bother me for some reason, but yeah, yeah. So I'll always like this because it's like, it's like this really cold place, like a cool place. It was a crisp place, and it's like you have these pumpkins just chilling out there in the mountain, the hills. I mean, I really like that. And you have this full moon that's like chilling up there, and he's there, and you have them. Yeah, that was a very good one. And Caroline, yeah, the Oogie Boogie. I made some type of claymation thing like him before. Yeah, that was yeah, that dude's funny. The dude's like a sack head. Goof. Yeah. So then you have the Caroline thing. Line movie. See some pictures from that one. Yeah. I like Caroline. That was a good movie. I like that one too. Yeah, Monster House. So it's like, all right. So this one, this is the Monster House stranded. So like they go to explore. There's this house in the neighborhood, and it kind of has a mind of its own. So that's like what it is. Like they go. It's like, hey, this is this creepy house, and they're like, this thing's like, hey, bro, I'm about to go and eat everybody. So that's Monster House. And Monsters Inc. Oh, I love Monsters Inc. That was a great movie. Also, like these, also that one was good too. I saw the new Monsters Inc. Like the one that came out in like 2014 or 13 or something. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, I like the blue dude and the green dude. I always thought that was so cool. Like as a kid, I thought that was so interesting. I remember I had like the stuffed animals, like the toys for these things. Yeah, so the Monsters University was 2013. Yeah, so I have that figure somewhere of this like Cyclops crab looking thing. And we have that one. That's the one that I like saw also in conjunction. I saw the 2001 one and also saw the 2013 one, this one. And oh, this thing's hilarious. So during the Johnny Depp trial, everybody was saying that she looked like one of Johnny's old girlfriends he was with. They're saying she's like from Monsters Inc. So they like, cause she had glasses on, she kind of like a smug look on her face like that, and everybody's like, yeah, she looks like the thing from Monsters Inc. So that's just a funny fact y'all can know. Look at this thing. This thing's goofy. In a good way. See, when did Monsters Inc. come out? Let's see. Yeah, so we have it came out November 2nd, 2001. I mean, I remember when I saw it. I saw Finding Nemo. I saw Finding Nemo tons of times. And so Finding Nemo, I saw it so many times. It was absolutely an amazing movie, and also Toy Story. Like Toy Story, I had the Buzz Lightyear toy and the Woody toy. So Stranded says Disney wants Johnny back for another POTC movie, but he said he won't unless they give him a public apology. Ah, okay. As I was wondering the situation, because some were saying he was going to come back, and then because he said he wasn't going to do it, then he was going to do it. So that makes the most sense from my observation and my research on it, that he wants an apology. Yeah, that's a good way to sum it up. That makes sense from what I thought. May 30th, 2003. Okay, Latina. So what happened with Johnny and Disney was there was this that Amber Heard was accusing him of, abusing her, and there's this giant trial that happened, and it's like a year or two ago, and so Disney sided with her, and like he got canceled, and basically what happened was no one like believed him, and the trial came out that he was innocent. He didn't do the stuff that she was saying, and she was crazy. So then they had a falling out with each other, and he feels very betrayed by Disney after throwing him under the bus after all those years that he was in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. So he just wanted nothing to do with them at all. And then I remember during the trial when I was watching it, Richard Marx was saying he's the lawyer. He helped Rocky get in the Rocky movies, and he was like helping those early people get into Hollywood. And he was saying that Disney wanted Johnny back. He made that clear at the trial. And then so it was clear that Disney regretted what they did and they wanted him back. And he was just disgusted in general with Hollywood and the whole thing. Like, we're disgusted with the situation I want to pin her comment. So basically what happened was they want him back, and then he didn't want anything to do with them, and he's like disgusted, like we are with Hollywood, but in his own way, and he got canceled over that, and they didn't want anything to do with him, and so that's the situation. So there's this big feud going on between him and Disney. Thanks, Stranded, for saying that. So Stranded summarized like what I was saying. So Latina, she says Disney fired Johnny Depp over the Amber Heard thing before the facts came out, and she was lying. Right. There, because it's like this you believe all women and all this nonsense. It's like that's the situation that we're dealing with, like hyper feminism. Latina says Disney had been infiltrated with the evil ones. Yep, exactly, Latina, and they're super hypocrites, making evil movies using guns and types of weapons, but they don't want any of us to have any weapons. Exactly, Latina. So basically, they they're hypocrites. They're evil, and yeah, Disney has fallen away from what they're originally doing. And Stranded also says they fired him before the fact, but still kept her after the facts came out and she was lying. Thank you, Stranded. Exactly. Exactly. So basically, and Stranded made a good point, an excellent point. They fired him before the facts, but still kept her after the facts came out and she was lying. Exactly, and basically, they. I was watching the Johnny Depp trial. I was there, like watching it, and live. That's how I found some of those other channels, and basically, like I also got subscribers from there. I made friends from the trials when I was watching the Johnny Depp thing, and like I was helping other people in the chat. Like there were another, like one was in France and a couple other places. Everybody in chat understand that Johnny was innocent and she was the one in the wrong. And it took a little while, but then we got that taken care of. Then there's this incident where there's a guy in the chat that was saying he was in 21 Jump Street, the TV show, and did stuff with him, and he was kind of like on Amber Heard's side. And I'm like, dude, I was like going this explanation on why she's in the wrong, was taking advantage of him, and then he started to slowly see my point and was saying how he kind of like did stuff in Hollywood and was like, oh, in Hollywood they do like some of these younger women will take advantage of the older men for their money, older actors for money, and that was something that happened, and that the situation that occurred. Then the next day, this dude does a 180 and sides with her again, and we have like this giant debate in the chat, and the chat was going really wild. It was all over the place, and had a good talk to the guy, but he was said he was wrong on that one, and I was very certain that Johnny would win, and that people in the chat were also starting to see that Amber was wrong, and then the internet sometimes the whole stream would get slow. It was like breaking the internet. Yeah, Latina is saying Elon is lucky she didn't kill him in his sleep. Johnny is a survivor of domestic hoe abuse. Exactly, Latina. Hilarious. Survival of the Karens. Stranded, I agree about the heart thing because it's hard for me to sometimes see what y'all are saying. That's why sometimes I'll put like a dot so I could see, so the chat will move up and I could see like what everybody's saying, and I could move it up that way. So yeah, but I understand. I totally understand. You see, there's a rival to Karen's. And me, I'm watching it through a chat window, so that's why my thing is a little bit different. Like, because it's like it's a box window. That's what I see. But yeah, I enjoyed the Johnny Depp thing, the being there and participating in it. I'm glad that I was there to help out. One of my one of the subscribers that I got from there was saying that, you know, she's in the Matrix. She's something from the Matrix. And she would wear these like dictators outfits. I remember that. I remember when like this happened. Like she was wearing this like Mao Zedong outfits. She wore like these cowgirl outfits. It's just, yeah, it was absolutely crazy. Like she wore these like communist type outfits. It was crazy. And Stranded says, plus she messed with Jason Momoa, caused him and Lisa to get divorced. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. You know, with great power comes great responsibility. And it's unfortunate when people abuse the privileges that they were given. Yeah, Stranded. Also, she's saying messed with Jason while they were filming Aquaman 2. Yeah, exactly, because it's unfortunate that she she did that to them, and yeah, Elon is very lucky that he did that, that he was not like harmed by her. Yeah, I agree. And yeah, and she messed up that marriage. Exactly. Stranded. I'm glad that she was found guilty because it's absolutely absurd what was going on. It's unfortunate when people do things like that. And also, we have we have right here, basically, there's Johnny right there, and then Karen right there, and they were having their fight, and her. Okay, so another thing about her is that her defense, they brought in this goof doctor or her psychologist or whatever, and he he was a complete clown. I think I reacted to it a little while back, one of the other videos, and he was like, basically, they're asking him some questions and like about him and Willy Wonka, about when Johnny was in Willy Wonka, and then he's like he never saw the movie, and he was astonished about the question he was asked, and he was like, so all kinds of like movements with his mouth, and he was like this, and he was like, does he have to do I have to answer that question? And he was like, Marlon Brando, isn't he dead? But they weren't talking about if Marlon Brando was alive. They were just saying that using him as a form of reference. And he never saw Charlie and the Chocolate Factory movies. It was just the dude was cringe. I mean, her whole all of her people were a bunch of nut cases. And all the different outfits and stuff. As I said, it was cringe. It was hilarious. Like Johnny and his group and his lawyers were looking at him like, what's going on here? So yeah, that was a very interesting trial. It really was. And I was making clear that Johnny's he's not perfect, and he has his own issues. And Stranded makes a good point. That's true, he's not innocent, but it's just another reason why Disney did Johnny so wrong. She lied to him and killed a marriage, but still sucked up to her, but kicked him to the curb. Exactly. Excellent, Stranded. Very good point. And I met some of the people that were there. I remember we were there and they were sending an Amber Alert, and this other user, Ladybug, she was like, I'm like, oh, I thought an Amber Alert was somebody was kidnapped or something, and she was like, no, it was just there was a storm, because she was in the area, and that's what their Amber Alert meant in that specific incident. Like, oh, okay, because it was like Donna, she was at, this other user, Donna was asking a question, and and she, the Ladybug one, clarified what that meant. So that was a funny situation, and they like how I was responding to the different people and stuff, and it was pretty cool. So yeah, but that's why we got to have these things, and that people are not going to be used as slandered. And he's an actor that's been around for a long time. He's done notable movies and things like that. So he is completely free now of the slander that happened to him, but it's really sick of her to do that to him. It really is. And the other things that she did, as Stranded mentioned. And I could do an entire stream about this also. This was a really good trial. I like talking about it now as well. And I remember the different people there. His people wearing pirate rings and stuff. And I like the outfits that he wears. It's really cool. Yeah, thanks, Jacob. Yeah. And yes, Latina, I agree that she did act weird. She acted very strange when the body language was critiqued. Yes. Yeah, because she knew that people were catching onto her and what she was doing. Exactly. Yeah. And also, it's she was very insecure. And I remember she would always fake cry. That's another thing I remembered. In remember when her attorney got roasted? The dude from TMZ roasted him. I remember I was walking in this room back and forth and listening, and it was pouring, raining, and then it's I knew it was about to get. There's a certain thing I really want to sit down and look at, because sometimes I'd be sitting here all day and I want to walk around a little bit, and then I was back, and then he threw the books on her. He slammed the books, and everybody in the audience was freaking out, but they couldn't say anything because it's a trial. That was so funny. And good point, Latina. And Stranded says, Amber Alert does not mean someone's kidnapped, missing. It was named for a little girl was kidnapped, and they said that they could have found her faster if there was some sort of. Oh, okay, Stranded. Thank you for clarifying that for me, because I saw some back then. I saw some wrong information about that, but it was just some weather thing. That's what it meant. That's what my friend in West Virginia told me in chat. Yeah, and Stranded saying all at the time when someone went missing, you only knew from the news and pictures on the back of milk cartons. Yeah, Stranded. I know about that. That's before my time, but I know about that. Yes. So I saw that in like different movies and TV shows, or like Eminem's like he did something about that, about the milk carton thing, about how Dr. Dre was missing. So I knew about that, but it was not used in my time. Yeah, so basically the dude has his cool rings and stuff. I have rings and things and like the I have a pirate bracelet. I have similar styles to that. I like that. Yeah, and she would always like pretend to cry. It was so cringe. And Strin says, "Okay, Stranded, thanks." So she says, "No, Amber Alert doesn't have anything to do with weather. Amber Alert is strictly a missing person." Okay, so that is true. That is true. So what they were getting was some kind of weather alert, and maybe somebody in the chat got it mixed up with an Amber Alert, because the person that lived in that region where the trial was happening was telling me that it was just the weather alert, not the Amber Alert. So yeah, thanks, Jan, for clearing that up, because they was I was kind of confused. There's some confusion that was going on, but it got cleared up, and yeah, so I did get the right information, but it just was a weather alert they were getting. Cause yeah, cause it was storming. It was hurting their signal, and then their stream went out. Then we had to go to the other channel. And we all like had to jump over to the other one. Those were some good times indeed. Yeah, I remember I was like, it was like there was a lot of suspense because it was like we didn't know what was going to happen exactly, but we thought he'd win. I remember it was at night, and I was like in the field, and I like listened to some of like the ambient music and stuff. I'm like, wow, this is some really interesting stuff going down. And Latina was in the channel back then. I was putting up things about tea and stuff because she's been around here for a very long time. It was like Latina, some of the earlier ones you saw. That's when the trial was going on. I remember you'd comment, and now you're here with us in chat, and we're always glad to have you here. And yeah, so and that's when my channel it was like it was growing and growing and getting bigger and bigger. Let's see some funny pictures. Oh, and she had this female doctor, and she was just completely like stone cold siding with him, and that we were like saying in the chat about like the disorder she probably has, and her the doctor she had was like siding with her and being nefarious, and we were right, and he won the case. And like this was going viral all over social media. You're welcome, Latina. And also, you see, how it's like she's like pretending to cry in this picture. It's like she did. We're saying how she did horrible acting with trying to cry. Like she really didn't feel anything. And I made memes of that thing. It was hysterical. Yeah, Amber Turd. I remember when she said her dog stepped on a bee. Crazy. Yeah, Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial dominated the internet. Yep. Remember, my grandparents are watching it also from up over there. They're watching it on the TV like everybody was watching it. Even Bubbles was watching it. Even the possums are watching it. Possums weren't doing anything productive as usual. Sometimes the possums like to slack off. Yeah, see how triggered she got. Exactly, Latina. They hide all the stuff they do because they don't want to go in the open and expose what they're doing. Exactly. I totally agree. And they had his old girlfriends and people he was with testify on the stand, and basically, and how he never abused anybody, like what they were saying, what she was saying. Yeah, it's like the dude's like, the Willy Wonka. Want to answer that question? Doi. And yeah, cause like remember the attorney, her attorney was like, oh, to TMZ dude, like, oh, you have your moment of fame, and then he was like, you know, I could say the same about you for choosing Amber as a client, and everybody was like freaking out. Chat was freaking out. It was going. I've never seen a chat go so fast. It was like, and then it would like slow down. And at first, I don't know. I thought this computer was going to like malfunction or something, but it held through. And it was yeah, that like nearly broke the internet. That's what some of us were talking about. That trial nearly broke the internet. And as I said, I'm glad he's like doing better. He's doing some rock stuff. He was just kind of traveling around. I remember when he left. This is something. He left the country. He went to England. The last day of the trial, he didn't even show up. And we were over here, obviously, and yeah, and he was found innocent. And it was like winning a war or something. The chat was really excited and glad, and we're all happy for each other. It was amazing when he was found innocent. Really, that was a great day. Yeah, exactly, Latina. She's saying, not Latina, Stranded, rather. I already said what Latina's point was. Stranded says, she is easily triggered. She was yelling at someone during an interview because they were walking around off camera. Yeah, exactly. Because she's easily triggered, and sh- that is why that is why she was, bad, that she would freak out over and use her skills for something bad. And exactly, a very good point, Stranded. Absolutely. Latina says, I didn't assume that he had abused her. I waited to see what was happening. It was difficult for me to think that he had abused her. He always seems like a lover, not a fighter, in my opinion, she says. Okay. He was super good in Edward Scissorhands. Oh, yeah, that was a great movie, Latina. I like that one, too. Seems so sweet and romantic type. Yep. Yeah. Exactly. I agree. That's what I thought, too. And I knew him from Edward Scissorhands and all the other things he was in Pirates of the Caribbean. I remember when this story where we were helping out at the school. We were helping out at a park for some Halloween thing, and my girlfriend at that time and I were going over there to help out. Then we were at some other part of the park away from the other people, and it was the same park where the 21 Jump Street movie was filmed. And she was showing me like the spot, like where they filmed it, and we were right at the same spot, and that was a really fun night, and helped out and did the things we had to do, and ate some pizza. It was nice. I remember there's this pond with these two ducks in it. So, and this planet was like setting that I watched in the yard. It was pretty cool. I could see from here. And so basically, I went to the same park where they filmed the 21 Jump Street movie that he was in. I learned about the 21 Jump Street later, but I know him from Pirates and Edward Scissorhands and stuff like that. I remember they were considering cutting her out of Aquaman 2, Stranded. That was the debate that we strongly felt from the information we were given at that time that she was going to that they were going to cut her out, but they didn't cut her out. Well, I wouldn't see it either, Stranded. I agree. Yeah, and Stranded says some very good points. She says, just saw two older movies Johnny is in, and they were great. From Hell and Sixth Gate. I agree. Yeah, those are good movies, and I saw one of a movie recently that he was in. And we're going to Johnny had a small role in Nightmare on Elm Street where he was a young lover. Yes, Latina, my remember, yeah, my mom was talking about that in the chat about how he was in it. Yes. They should have cut her out, especially when the facts came out that she was lying. She's lucky Johnny doesn't sue the dog crap out of her. Exactly. I agree, Stranded. And we used to put like emojis in the chat for Johnny and the different hearts and the different like the pirate flag and the bee and the dog and stuff. It was really funny. She has such a stone cold face. Yeah, Stranded says she's heard that he had a bit of a role in it in Elm Street, but didn't know at the time. I saw the movie, but I don't know. I can't really recall. It was back in 2016 when I saw it. I don't really remember much about the whole thing. I remembered a little bit, but not the whole thing about it. So I'll be looking for him when I watch it again. They got a whole Wikipedia article about the Johnny Depp trial. Depp versus Heard. I saw Amber Heard in the Aquaman movie. That's how I knew about her. Yeah, I remember in 2022 when it in June 1st, 2022. And also, and Stranded says, I know Johnny isn't an angel, but I don't see him being abusive to women or children. And yeah, exactly, Stranded, because there were like the dude, his screen name was Hawaii 5 the guy that knew him from the 21 Jump Street thing. He was a taxi driver in that area, and he saw him like homeless and stuff, and he was like telling me like all this bad stuff about Johnny, and I said, I understand he's not perfect, right? But I don't see him abusing Amber Heard or anybody or children or anything like that. That's what my point was. That he's not innocent, like what Stranded absolutely wonderfully said. But he was innocent in the situation, but he's not an angel though. Right. And also another thing chat and I pointed out when we were watching it over there was like she always had some extravagant outfit on, a loud outfit on, and like we all were saying this is her last role. This is her playing a role. You know, this is like a movie to her. That's why she was trying to act and do this and that and the other thing, because it was like she was trying to get fame and then be in the spotlight and using him. Yeah, but Johnny is an extremely down to earth, kind person. That's something no one could deny. And he was very giving to her friends, and to her and other people, these people were living in these houses he had, and like everyone just took advantage of him. It just sick people, really sick people, and just this so iconic actor is going to be like slandered like this for fame. You really gotta have like low emotion. That really, yeah, that really takes some not having much emotions at all, being heartless. Yes, Latina, absolutely. We agree on that, absolutely. And I defended him in my position, and I'm glad that I did it. I'm glad that I was there. I always enjoy watching him in the pirate movies. Yeah, fact stranded. Yeah, she was playing a role. Her look on her face when she was gonna be when he was gonna be found innocent, her look on her face was priceless. Everybody was celebrating. They went out there. The lawyers and everybody like hugging each other, and they went outside and made the speech about it. Man, it was like the victory of World War II. It was like the chat to compare it to something through the internet, through a cyber realm, of course. Yeah, it was really a big deal, and also I'm glad that you all are take interest in this like I do and understand the importance of this. Because a lot of these women, like Amber Heard, twisted and skewed the way like women were viewed. Like she could make people look bad. Like some women look bad, but it's like not all women are like her, of course. You know, so I think that it's good that she was exposed and his lawyer was a woman, and that basically she was a very sick, twisted person trying to distort the movement for them, in my opinion. And I'm glad that it was settled, and she did not win. Latina says, "Well, I'm just poking fun at Amber, but she really is terrible because she could just divorced him and been done, maybe still be friends so he can I'll do this so I can see the full thing that she's saying cuz okay, can help her get to work. She chose to do those things." Facts, Latina, absolutely. Latina, exactly. Another excellent point from Latina. Too many simps have bowed down to her, and as the great Black Hope Jesse Lee Peterson said, that she used her meat and potatoes and all to control and manipulate Johnny. Yep, absolutely Latina. Very true. Exactly. She used it as a weapon. And Stranded has another excellent point. This very ladies, excellent job, excellent discussion. I really like what y'all are saying about this. Stranded saying, I think what got me the most was she was very specific about the makeup line she used to cover the bruises. Then the makeup company said they wasn't producing that kind during that time. Exactly. Facts. I remember that Stranded. I remember when that was being discussed in the trial. That you're absolutely correct. And also, basically, how that was just totally made up what she was doing. This little light little bruise on her face. It's like with all the rings and stuff he's wearing. I mean, she would have had like a hole in her face. Like he has to be like Will Smith level to just make a little tiny mark. Like she made that up. And it was 20 June 1st, 2022. That's cool that I saw something and was involved in something that's in Wikipedia. Pretty cool. And you see, like she was very. She thought also, chat, and everybody listening and watching, she thought she was going to win. A big thing about it's an overconfidence that she thought she was going to be able to trick everybody and was going to win. I do think the internet and it being live on YouTube was also a big factor of the public being on Johnny's side because different people can converse different information and debate each other, and it's not like how it used to be when you just watch stuff on TV because we live in a modern age of new information. So I think it's excellent that she was exposed through the internet also. June 1st is Mary Toodles' birthday, and that's the also the day Johnny Depp was decided on that day. Awesome. Latina's another great point. Latina's on fire. And also, in all the movies Johnny was ever in, he played a mean, terrible guy. No, not that she knows of. I agree. Stranded says, plus Johnny's ex-wife testified they had issues in their marriage, but he never laid a hand on her no matter what, that he was the type to leave the house for a while to avoid escalate to physical. Exactly. That's how Johnny is. Like he's not going to go and be abusive. And also it's like she was abusive to him. Like Amber was abusive to him. I remember the recording of this demonic witch. Like she sounded crazy, and when she was like tripping on something, she was abusive to him. And also, in Sharon, it was saying, basically how the ex-wife and the ex-girlfriends and stuff that I was saying before, that he would not be physically abusive, so he did not have a history. Because usually people, they'll have like a history of it, and he didn't have a history of it. Right. And Latina says, I think the reason he did so great in his Liverboy parts is because he enjoys being a nice, weird guy like Edward Scissorhands. Yeah, facts. Right. Yeah, so exactly, chat. Exactly. And Stranded says she was. You can tell from his body language that he was kind of scared of her. Classic sign of physical mental abuse. Facts. Exactly. And also, and Stranded pointed out, that he showed the signs of being abused, and it's unfortunate he had to go through that, and everybody was, you know, vouching for him. And his old cast from Pirates of the Caribbean was on his side, and everybody was on his side. She had just a couple of simps, like what Latina said. Yeah, Stranded. Stranded saying his role in Secret Window was dark and a bit on the violent side. True. And also, another thing with Stranded, I think Jack Sparrow is he's a rough character. I think that, like, he was like he was also a pirate, but like he's and people, if they act like something in a movie doesn't mean they're like that in real life. That's also something to keep in mind as well. And Latina said something interesting here. She said Amber overconfident and thought everyone was going to simp for her. Yep. She was dead wrong. Johnny was too nice to everyone. Yep. Latina's right. Yeah. Him always thought he was charming. Beautifully said, Latina. Good job. Latina, there were attempts by Amber Heard's defense. I mean, I wouldn't say defense. Amber Heard's team, and they were trying to say that when Johnny was like evaluated, that he showed these violent tendencies, and like the psychologists and doctors thought he had like these psychologists, whatever, that he had these violent tendencies, but it didn't work. It failed terribly, and other people they're around like were trying to kind of put him down. Yeah, so you had some simps there, but also from Johnny's group, all the people were saying like from his side that these random people that knew him thought he was lovely, and just down to earth person. So it's like he was being slandered by some people. Slander was attempted, but it failed. It actually backfired. And everybody was saying that Amber Heard's lawyers are going to have to be begging on the street because it's their last case they're ever going to have, because no one's going to want to hire them because they're, for what they did. It's like a whole war. Exactly, Latina. Right. They're trying to put down traditional masculinity, which that isn't a bad thing, but they try to demonize it because they don't want people to be like that because they're easy to conquer if someone is like that. And Stranded says, speaking of Jack Sparrow, I saw a video of a deleted scene where Jack falsely branded a pirate when he was young because he found out the ship served as a slave ship and worked to free them. You see, Stranded, yeah, I told you about that a long time ago, and I'm glad you finally got to see it. So, the newer movie of Pirates of the Caribbean is not really canon. So, what's canon is that Jack Sparrow was this East India Company uh, sea captain who worked under Lord Beckett, and they were good friends. And he was to he transported, tea cargo, like cotton, spices. And basically what he did was he got branded a pirate, and because there was a slave ship that he was carrying to one of the places in the Caribbean, and he didn't want to have them as slaves. And basically, what happened was they found out that he freed the slaves, and then he was considered a pirate for freeing the slaves. So it's like kind of like cancel culture. He was being canceled when he wasn't even a pirate. He had nothing to do with piracy. He was just didn't believe in doing the slave trade. And also, they branded him a pirate for that. Right, and also like what Stranded was saying, like yeah, if Amber's family, friends wouldn't say anything bad about him, that's true. But they were trying to attempt to make him look bad, but it didn't work and it backfired. Like what I mean by that is their defense. Amber's defense was trying to make Johnny look bad, but it's like it didn't work because there's nothing bad to say about him. And they thought everybody would just simp to them. Latina says, did anyone Amber knew testified against her? I don't know, but I'm going to guess there weren't because they want to get red roamed by for hired by her. Oh well. I remember Amber Heard's sister. I think she was testifying, and I don't recall now. Stranded can correct me if I'm wrong if she remembers. I don't think people she knew testified against her, and it probably had to do with, they were like scared of her. And if I'm wrong, I could be corrected if I may not remember that correctly. But I think, as far as I can remember, like that they didn't want to do, they didn't really say bad things about her. They're just kind of like neutral about it. I'm just going over kind of like And I remember basically how she was always acting dumb and stuff in the recordings. Especially another thing about what a Latina that made it clear that he was innocent was the recordings. She was being abusive and creepy and weird, and he was just trying to like get away from it and trying to get out, de-escalate it. In my opinion, for the most part. And basically, from what I recall, was yes, exactly Latina. I agree. Great point. And in the situation that I was talking about, I'll get back to that in a moment because it went out of my head. So, Latina, she's saying that they would try to, get assassinated. I remember her sister seemed pretty afraid. They just seemed like afraid of her. That's the body language that I could tell from it. But now it came back to me what I was saying. So Johnny was not like the aggressor. She was. Everybody could see that. He has a good track record. Everybody was coming out for him and saying that he was this great dude and that he wasn't abusive. And also all the people that he acted with, everybody had excellent things to say about him. And he testified. He said his points that his mother had a lot of problems and his dad stayed around, and then he kind of was like, he had that same mentality, so he had like abusive situations from when he was growing up, so he kind of like was maybe used to people acting weird like that. And so that is the situation that was happening. And so all this kind of going together made it clear about that. Exactly, Stranded. That's what I remember too. She says, the best I can remember is that her friends would say stuff like Amber told me or Amber said, but none of them could say actually seeing Johnny do something to her. Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier when I said that they're trying to make him look bad, like the defense. Let's say, that's probably, I'm saying that right, yeah. But I'm just going to call it Amber's team. What Amber's team was doing to trying to get them to say stuff, and it was like straw manning, it was hearsay. That's obviously what it was. Saying like, oh, this person told me. It's a secondhand account. It's not, they didn't witness him do anything in front of them. So this means that he's not this person that has these outbursts of abuse. So that's another indication it was a bunch of nonsense and that she was controlling them, that she was manipulating them. They were simps to her, and that's why it was just a weak case. So exactly, Stranger, you're confirming about what I remember. I remember that correctly. Okay, thank you. It was an attempt. Yeah, so very good points, chat. Great discussion. Good points for everybody. And also, and as I said, Amber Heard's lawyers are getting roasted constantly. Like they're getting grilled, they're getting grinded and barbecued and everything you could think of. It was hilarious, and the people that would have up there were goofs. Like it was so like stupid. All right. And glad that it worked out. I remember Judge Penny, and she was good. I remember the dude was vaping. He was a taxi driver, and she was like she didn't get paid enough for this. Hilarious. Yeah, live streamed trial attracted large numbers of viewers and considerable social media response. That they're talking about. I was in that. That's pretty cool. I was in this historical thing. The live stream trial attracted large numbers of viewers, like me. Awesome. The majority of social media response was sympathetic to Depp and critical of Amber Heard. And as I said, I think us, when we were in the chat talking to the people and helping everybody understand the situation and everybody like communicating with each other, bouncing off each other's ideas, that helped out a lot, I think. In my opinion. And trial renewed debates about topics domestic violence, Me Too movement, and women's rights. Although some were more skeptical at the trial's long term implications. Yes, they were divorced. But they're talking about things that happened during their marriage and like kind of like right when the divorce was starting. And there was something that a case that happened in England with them, and he lost that one. I think I may have that wrong, but this time he bam like he nuked them this time. I'm glad it was live streamed on YouTube this time. Like with this one, I mean that's great that that happened because people then go on the Twitter, they go on IG, they go everywhere. Amber was willing to kill, in her opinion. She must have been thinking she done too much sexual acts to get to her position. That makes sense, Latina. Yeah. Exactly. And if anything, I'd say that what Amber Heard did would discredit women that actually were abused or women that were actually having rights issues. I think that what she did was horrible to women that actually are going through stuff and would regress women's rights actually. So she was actually hurting that movement to help women and making like women look bad. And it's good that women helped Johnny Depp win the case. It's like the women are good and important. They need their rights and stuff. If someone, man or woman's abused, they need to come out about it. But this person was like completely abusing the power and privilege she was given to expose a person that didn't do anything wrong. Facts train. I keep moving this thing around. Yeah, because it's like... Right now you can see the skeleton in the background. Alright. Alright. Now we're at the end of the show. This was a really good... I like that we talked about the Johnny Depp trial again. It was very good. And we'll talk about it more in other streams too. And also the Christmas stuff we talked about was nice. I like that as well. The whole thing was great. And I'll go over to this other window. Right here. And also, Stranded has a good point about what I said. Yep, every time a woman falsely claims a man did something to her, it makes it harder for people to believe the woman who really are being abused. And that's something we were talking about during the trial. Of people in the chat and stuff were talking about how it's discrediting women that would go through a real situation. That's what we were talking about back then. Yeah, exactly. Like, say if something racist actually happens and people don't believe them because of certain stupid people that did things. Yeah, exactly. They think they're helping, but they're actually not helping. They're making it worse for their own people. Right. I'll go over here. And I think that people in general just... The ones that were simps, hopefully they could see the light and see the errors that they committed. And I think that it's good that this was completely exposed. Hello, Mary. Glad to see you. Hello. And pop up. And Stranded says, I hope Johnny can find someone who will be good to him and they both will be happy with each other. Amen. I absolutely agree because he deserves somebody that's going to treat him right. And he's a very down-to-earth person and he needs to not be around some stupid person like that. And he really, was always great. It's unfortunate he had to go through that. I saw him in Willy Wonka and the different things. It's terrible to see that he went through that. And I'm glad that he's, doing better. He's doing his little rock, his concert stuff, and just that I kind of like keeping up with what he's been doing. And so is Mary. And yeah, he's just been taking it easy. And I understand why he wouldn't want to be in Hollywood. And yeah, Jacob, right on. And I also want to say to all of you, have a blessed Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Also. And all y'all's families and everything. And I'm glad that y'all came to the Spaceship Express for this Christmas special and the things we talked about. I really enjoy the conversations that we had and the rabbit holes we went down. Now, make sure they know exactly what's going on. Alright. So, now looks like I'm going to put the message in chat. Let's see. All right, everybody. Thank you all for coming out, and peace. No, it's not. This was for some other window that had to do with like the StreamYard thing, I think, or there would have been another window right next to that one. So this is like some other room that we don't really use too much, obviously. But all right, officially out.